Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom, so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 3rd, 2025. This is our weekly program of gathering together in the American sector, let's say, but the knowledge is the same across the world. And of course, what we saw in the opening video is the beautiful presentation made in a very prestigious location in Beijing, where again, creating matter from the energy of matter. We don't know exactly how to do it ourselves, but in the background, these technologies are available. They're available in the store as well, maybe not for making gold, but for doing many other things. As he said, we're not here to physically make the gold, but we're here to show the energy. And this is why he said there are no wars in the universe, because they create everything out of their wishes. Maybe we haven't completed these wishes so far, but as he said, when you have two cell phone in your hand, and as soon as we get to the 9G and 10G, you'll be able to create things within your own environment, as I understand it. So it's very beautiful, and of course, they're touching these energies with the soul of the planet, with humanity, and with the beasts, then the plants and the trees as well, that everyone will accept this peace process. So it's quite a huge work converting a planet, but we have someone as a universal teacher, Mr. Keshe, who's well seasoned in this practice of bringing civilizations into relationship, or a deeper relationship, with the larger family we call the universal community. So we need to bring the place into a peaceful place, which is happening again without you knowing it. I think what's happening, the plasma wind is blowing across the planet. It started a process. We're using GAN's waters, we're using our own reactors, and we're just playing sort of a supporting role in the background for support. Of course, it was Mr. Keshe's birthday, I believe, on Saturday. We'll play that beautiful presentation that the Brazilians put together, as he has many followers and admirers around the world. And of course, we're all here for a purpose. Our soul brought us here for a much bigger work, or to even to be part of this process of bringing the change to humanity. And again, I think it needs to be done step by step in a slow process. We need the structure to, in a way, catch up with us. In the beginning, he said man is ready, but answering some of the questions, a man may not be quite ready. And this is some of the questions he's always asked himself. Is man ready to accept the totality and understanding the process of creation and the creator? But I think, as I said, we have a well-seasoned sort of manager or coach, and the process will happen regardless, whether it's next week, next month, next year, or in another decade. As we know, the souls don't have a timeline, and they really don't have a horizon, but they certainly are in charge. So everything seems to be taking shape in a way. The fields are interacting, and the entire structure is becoming elevated. He said this is the new cycle of wisdom. And I think as we introduce certain fields or energies that are not available on this planet, amazing things start to happen through the inhabitants are starting to all feel different things. I know we were talking before the program about the behavior of cats, and we've heard the behavior of other animals, perhaps in Yellowstone. So things are moving quite maybe subtly right now, but I think they'll be moving in a much bigger way, where everyone will be more interested in finding out more about themselves and this creation process. And as he said, that bite of love is very deep and very strong. And so we're all enamored and wanting to see the change being manifest on this planet, that we can get to the next step. And I thought he was saying in one of the previous workshops, we'll bring the peace, and then we'll continue to elevate the soul of the man and the emotions. But another beautiful workshop. But again, I'm not really negotiating with any world leaders or making any sort of systems to make this happen. I'm just here in the background, sort of like announcing and supporting and sort of cheering on the whole process with our emotions. And I think that's what we're all doing. Of course, there's many products in the store that are on offer. You can take advantage of. We can take a look at that later, especially if you want to be a satellite soul. That's something you can do. Mr. Keshe said that there's many satellites needed, and sometimes they may use your soul without you even being aware of it, as the planet is becoming elevated and enlightened without most of it being aware. And of course, this process that's been taking place in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop is again where things are embedded within this workshop, that as you continue to listen to it, either collectively or on your own, changes will happen. So it does seem like it's a cumulative process. We're building up more and more fields, I guess, to bring that change. And of course, there are things within those fields that haven't existed on this planet. Maybe that's why we were stuck in a way for so many millions of years, because we just didn't have the strength to pull ourselves out of it on our own. And so the universe has heard the cries. They've waited for the technology on this planet to advance so that they could use systems that we've developed in a way to bring that change on a very large scale. But before we go any further, and of course, everyone has a microphone anytime you want to interject something or want to share something, please feel free to do so. But before we go any farther, as usual, we do reconfirm our ethos. As we know, we're bringing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet. But it's beautiful that in all the different language communities, the terms are very similar in a way. This is why it's so easy to work with others and other languages and things, because the technology is the same across this planet and apparently across the universe. We're just replicating the process of creation. And so we're trying to create peace. This is the wish of Mr. Keshe. And then, of course, the next step will be the interaction with the larger family, as I said. So we'll just reconfirm our ethos and read the World Peace Treaty, available on the Keshe Foundation website, available on search engines. And again, it's much deeper than just the few words, but this is the document in a way that the world leaders and the religious leaders will sign, as the deal is, or the offer is, advanced space technology in exchange for you pledging your nation to peace. And these leaders need a lot of elevation, and that's part of creating this dome of peace. But perhaps in the future, as these systems become more and more active, that process of releasing GANs waters and elevating the souls of the leaders as they become elevated will not be needed as much as it is before. I know they'll become, if they are around and they don't leave the planet, they'll become quite powerful assets to the Keshe Foundation as they also start. And again, I don't think we're going to punish them for the most part. If any punishment happens, it'll be done to themselves by themselves. And apparently this is part of the process that's going on now. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? If you've been wishing for peace and you've signed the peace treaty, probably step up and read it for us. Okay.
I can read, Mark.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this I all agree and swear with our might, delete as appropriate, nation, territory, council, religion, seat, town, body, and souls. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate, whatever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of Creator.
Well, thank you very much, Claudia. Appreciate that. And it was nice to hear another voice, another field strength. Each language has different field strengths, but we're all uniting together to bring the change. And again, I think the change is going to be happening to everyone on this planet. The Tigers will not be signing this treaty. Maybe they'll sign it with a soul. As we understand, you don't have to physically sign this. You can sign it with the pen in your soul. And perhaps that's what's happening to all the other creatures, including the soul of this planet, is becoming elevated. That, as he said, the citizens are not happy with the planet. The planet is not happy with the citizens. And of course, as we know, this is it is the most beautiful place in the matter state in the universe. But Mr. Keshe explained to us, it's one of the most, in its current condition, it's one of the most harshest places to live in the universe. So I think that what's happening is this relationship, almost like the soul of physicality, which is what we are to this planet, including the trees and the plants and all the other animals, is getting balanced with the soul of this planet. And this is what we're trying to do even within our own structure. But we're certainly getting a huge helping hand from the systems that will be spread around this planet. Probably multiple systems, I'm not sure. He's always said we only need one system, and the system can reach right across the universe. So the whole creation is getting, in a way, a remodeling as a gift from the Creator, in a way, that we'll all be able to understand, or to be able to transit, in a way, between the two dimensions of energy and physicality. So this is a gift, and as we can see now, I always wondered how he was going to upgrade the entire lot in one go. I remember when they released or demonstrated the energy electric package there, the gas electric package, that he said we'd release the gases, whether it was plasmatic CH4 or plasmatic CO2. And this gas would seep across the planet, because he said we can't possibly go into the Amazon and teach the ants and every other little creature. The gas would permeate across the planet, and it would touch the energies of every soul, and those souls would be elevated just by breathing, I suppose. But now apparently they're taking it to a different level. They're just going to use fields. And I was wondering earlier how that gas, if we did, and I'm sure it works, but that plasmatic gas would get into the waters of this planet, as 3/4 of it is the oceans. So maybe it would take too long to mix it together. But with the fields, it'll touch every soul at the deepest, deepest parts of the ocean, as well as on the top of any mountains on this planet. So perhaps that will come into play later on as just another addition to the elevation. But it's amazing what's going on in the background. I'm certainly not negotiating, and I'm certainly not making any systems other than, as I said, using my own system to help to bring the change and to help to understand myself and the creation a little bit more. But the major energies are being introduced in the background. And again, without you knowing, everyone is going to become elevated and think along the same ethos, where the stronger feeds the weaker and the stronger elevates the weaker and nourishes. And this is the process that you'll experience when you go into the universe. So we need to practice it here, not to carry any of our pretty bad habits again in there. And so this moving away from killing, and we've only thought it was other people, stop killing them, but apparently there's an entire structure of war on this planet with the plants and the animals and the fish and the rest of this, and this is all going to be curbed so that everyone will become peaceful and all the energies that they need will be provided for them, and not where it's a stress not to eat something. It'll be, you won't even need it. And this is what I've experienced in some of the transmutation tests that have gone on previously. So again, we'll just go to the store, and anyone feel free to interject anything here that you'd like to. I'm just looking for the Keshe Foundation store. And just to show, if you wanted to become an all-purpose flight satellite, I think this is the one. It's 2,000 euro. You can help support the Keshe Foundation if your soul is leading you in this direction. This is where you would sign up or say you want to become a satellite soul. And again, I think you will be some sort of satellite, knowingly or unknowingly, to create certain conditions. As he said, by you giving us permission to use your soul, we may use your soul, even to the point that you may not be aware of. And isn't that what he said in the last workshop? What did he say about we're touching every sense of the being within you today? And he also said, we play with you so finely, you don't know what's happening or what's hitting you. So they're touching everything without us even being aware of it. And again, this is a very precise process, very delicate process. And again, I'm in over my head, and I can admit it that I am. But we're using our own reactors to accomplish the very similar sort of thing. At least we're practicing to do that. We may not have achieved it fully, but we're on the road to use ourselves as the magrav, or the giving and taking of energies exchanges. And we heard a beautiful testimony earlier from one of the knowledge seekers that used their reactor even before the Keshe Foundation to elevate another soul that had sort of been frozen or in a way paralyzed, and sort of brought them out of that just with their own intentions and giving. And this is what it's all about. This is what all the teachings, as in the past he said, just showing you the exchange of energies. And now we're going through it on a worldwide basis. So the promised day is upon us. And I think we can hear perhaps more from Mr. Keshe as we go to the announcements. Of course, you wonder how a lot of this technology will be put through, and this is the Mark-Ray Corporation. This is the financial and licensing arm of the corporation, and you can see there's many applications about many different topics here, which many of them will be expanded in the coming times, but so many beautiful gifts, and Mr. Keshe said we'll be announcing some things in the next number of days. And sometimes when he says days, he means weeks, or things don't always happen that way because the souls don't have that sort of timeline in a way. When things are right, they will appear, or when the conditions that are created are correct, things will start to move. So if we go to the workshop, or maybe I think I have this announcements here. Let's just see if we can find it. And of course, we all want to wish Mr. Keshe a happy birthday. I was thinking earlier, if you've been walking on this planet for thousands of years, you must have had thousands of birthdays. I mean, if you have 52 birthdays a year in 1,000 years, that's 52,000 birthdays. But of course, they all weren't celebrated, as we know. Certain points he was in the desert at an oasis by himself. I don't know how long that went on, but I'm sure no birthdays happened there. Or when you embed yourself into a stone and just observe humanity for perhaps, who knows, a few centuries. I'm sure no birthdays maybe happened there, but we're very glad that this universal teacher was born and came here and is bringing us this enlightenment in a way. They've heard the cries from this planet for thousands of years, but apparently the systems that needed to be here for this process to happen were not fully developed, and now they are in a way, even though the technology is in its infancy. They're using those systems that we use to actually bring us elevation, either through the satellites, through the cell phones, through the workshops. And again, these things can be embedded. I don't know how to do it, but embedded into music that you listen to or movies. And this is what he told the Chinese recently about the rioting. If the population happens to riot or certain, we'll just play some music, and those fields of peace and calmness will be embedded in there. And The people won't even realize what they came out to protest for. So this process is starting out slowly, but it's going to expand, I think, rapidly, that everyone will be able to experience the beauty of the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. And as he said, one of his biggest wishes is that the Ayatollah in Iran, or the Iranian leadership, will accept his proposal of reprocessing or selling down their nuclear materials to other energy generators, domestic energy generators across this planet in the nuclear field, where China would oversee it and ship it. Russia would also oversee it. The United States would be, in a way, it'll go through the Mark-Ray Corporation. They'll be getting massive tax revenue from this, which we always need. And other countries will have the reprocessed material without having to steal it from Africa or to invade Iran and try and take over their largest uranium mine. It's one of the largest in the world, as I understand it. But this is what was shown in Beijing. We don't have to fight for anything. We can create materials. And it's not only solid materials. Mr. Keshe was mentioning about oils and other things. They can deliver them at whatever grade you'd like. This is the beauty of this technology. Again, it's beyond the imagination of the man. Anyone want to say anything? Feel free, please. So I thought we'd go to the announcements. Again, celebrate Mr. Keshe's birthday in a way, and just give him energies. Remember, the stronger feeds the weaker and elevates the weaker up to their level in a way. But what does the weaker do? It confirms the existence of the stronger. So let's just listen to this birthday celebration and in a way confirm to Mr. Keshe his existence, or that entity's existence. And of course, we're very appreciative of all the work and the enlightenment that's been done. I say I don't know much, but I certainly know much, much more than before the Keshe Foundation. This is my understanding of the way I've grown in this knowledge. In a way, things that I thought worked a certain way, I find out that they don't actually work that way. It's a totally different process. And this is the whole process of the Keshe Foundation, that no one gets abused due to a lack of knowledge. And that's why they call us knowledge seekers. Okay, anyone else have a thought or a comment they'd like to bring? Let's just see if we can bring this up. And these are the announcements from the previous workshop that just happened a few days ago. Yesterday was Mr. Keshe's birthday. The Brazilians have put together, again, another beautiful video from messages from all over the world. So let's enjoy that few minutes. Mr. Keshe will finish with the announcements, and perhaps we'll go back to the 601 and just take a little bit more in-depth look at the part of the teaching, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Okay, we are at the halftime mark or at the interval here at the 601st Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, July 31st, 2025. And for our break presentation today, we have a special video that's been put together by the Brazilian community and presented to me by Raphael. And it has to do with the birthday of Mr. Keshe, which is coming up in a couple of days. And we have a presentation of various inputs from people, knowledge seekers around the world. And I'll play that video now.
É uma alegria imensa poder desejar feliz aniversário para quem amamos. Desde quando o Senhor nos presenteou com a tecnologia, tudo mudou em nossas vidas. E a comunidade brasileira vem se tornando cada vez mais forte, mais unida, e muitos buscadores de conhecimento vêm se juntando a nós com o desejo de servir e disseminar a ciência do plasma. Obrigado por nos permitir receber tão valioso conhecimento, que vem nos proporcionando o caminho e a verdade para a iluminação de nossas almas. Nós te amamos. Feliz aniversário.
Greetings from Alexander in Canada. Another year and you still remain first in leading the race for our planet to finally achieve universal peace and prosperity. Every world leader, surprisingly, is therefore not first. The essence of leadership is in leading towards the betterment of humanity. So happy birthday, Mr. Keshe. Please keep leading the way today and for many birthdays to come.
凯史先生，今天是属于您的特别日子，您为我们探索世界打开了新的窗口，用智慧点亮未来的科技发展。我谨代表凯史科技中国社区，祝您生日快乐，安康顺遂。
Gracias por el amor, el conocimiento y todas las emociones que nos da. Hoy y cada momento, sus deseos son los nuestros y la paz es alcanzada. Nosotros te amamos. Disfruta la belleza de tu vida.
Dear Mr. Keshe, happy birthday in physicality with love and gratitude for your presence, the beauty of your soul creating peace on planet Earth and across the universe. From the direct connection from the Creator as you share the universal knowledge unconditionally to the soul of man and all the created souls, we wish and align with your intentions for peace in this moment. We celebrate with you on your birthday with humbleness for all your beautiful knowledge to elevate the present souls of creation. Happy birthday, dear Mr. Keshe.
Bonjour Monsieur Keshe. Le groupe francophone vous souhaite un très bel anniversaire et vous remercie de votre dévouement pour nous enseigner. Bon anniversaire, Monsieur Keshe!
Lieber Herr Keshe, wir, die deutschsprachigen Wissenssucher, möchten Ihnen von ganzem Herzen zu Ihrem Geburtstag gratulieren, der sich mit Ihrer Gründung des Universalrats als Brücke zur universellen Gemeinschaft verbindet. Der Erdrat rundet das Zusammenwirken zum Ganzen für alle Seelen ab. Wir sind sehr dankbar für Ihre Lehrenheiten über das Wissen der Schöpfung und der einzigartigen Plasmatechnologie, welche Sie uns seit vielen Jahren mit größter Liebe und viel Geduld vermitteln. Das schönste Geschenk für alle Seelen, um Heilung auf allen Ebenen erfahren zu können. Frieden und bedingungslose Liebe im Herzen, denn wir sind alle eins.
Χρόνια πολλά κύριε Keshe από όλους τους ελληνόφωνους ανθρώπους του κόσμου. Σας στέλνουμε την αγάπη και τη χαρά μας και σας ευχαριστούμε για την προσφορά σας σε όλες τις ψυχές του πλανήτη Γη. Προσβλέπουμε στην ανύψωση της ανθρωπότητας για να υπηρετήσει την κοινότητα του σύμπαντος.
Mr. Keshe， 多謝你一直分享咁多寶貴嘅知識俾我哋，幫我哋一步一步揾返自己嘅靈魂方向。你嘅教學改變咗我睇世界嘅方式，亦改變緊我嘅人生。我衷心祝你生日快樂，願世界和平。多謝你。
मैं यूनिवर्सल काउंसिल हिंदी भाषा श्वेता अनवर हमारे प्रिय मेहरान जी, प्रिय 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 अति प्रिय मेहरान जी को हृदय के अनंत द्वार से शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ, हार्दिक बधाई देती हूँ आज के दिन के लिए। और आप हज़ारों साल जिए, आपके दिल में जो इंसानियत के लिए सुख संपदा और शांति है वो प्रकाश में आए। माता का आशीर्वाद आपके साथ है और हमेशा रहेगा। आप हमारे बीच हैं, एक प्रकाश में पुंज की तरह और हमेशा रहेंगे। शाश्वत प्रणाम, सलाम, नमस्ते, आपको सल्यूट।
ما دانشجویان بنیاد کشه از هر گوشه و کنار این جهان هستی میلادتان و این زاد روز خجسته و فرخنده را به شما و به تمام اهالی کره زمین صمیمانه و مخلصانه با تمام وجودمان تبریک عرض می‌کنیم و امیدواریم که هرچه زودتر ایزد منان به این مأموریت عظیم الهی شما دست پیروزی ببخشد و همواره تا ابد با عمر جاودانی همیشه درخشان و مستحکم بمانی.
Dear Mr. Keshe, it's Yusuf. I wholeheartedly congratulate you on your 67th birthday. Your life is full of the light of knowledge and beautiful moment. I hope this new year bring you health, joy and greater success. Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe.
عزيزي السيد مهران، تاريخ ميلادك تاريخ مفصلي في حياتي العملية والنفسية، وبعد تعرفي عليك أصبح تاريخ مفصلي في حياتي الروحية. كل عام وأنت في ألف خير، وعيد ميلاد سعيد وتحقيق كل ما تصبو إليه، الصحة والعافية والهناء والتقدم.
Felice compleanno, signor Keshe. Benedetto il tempo in cui la tua anima ha scelto la destinazione terra. Benedetto il tempo in cui sei nato su questa terra. La comunità italiana è unita oggi, con l'augurio che ogni tuo desiderio si realizzi, anche con il supporto della nostra anima. Immensa gratitudine e amore siano con te oggi e per sempre.
Ubwo muthenya wa guciarwo Mr. Keshe, ithenya-inĩ rĩa acaria ũũgĩ a mũthingi wa Keshe a Kenya na Abirika na ithenya-inĩ rĩakwa niĩ mwene, nĩndakwendera mũthenya wa guciarwo wa gĩkeno Mr. Keshe. Ningĩ nĩndakwendera ũhotani rũgendo-inĩ rwaku rwa mwanya rwa kũrehe thayũ thĩinĩ wa thĩ yothe na njĩra ya ũtana waku wa mwanya wa ũrutani wa ũthimũri na ũturi wa gĩkama. Mawendi maku mothe marohinga. Kũngũ mũthenya wa gũciarwo Mr. Keshe. Thai.
Hallo meneer Keshe. De Nederlandse gemeenschap van kenniszoekers wenst u van ganse harte fijne verjaardag. En dat uw levenswerk mag bloeien als de mooiste bloem.
Kjære Mr. Keshe, gratulerer med dagen. Jeg vil takke deg for alt du gir til menneskeheten. Jeg vil takke deg for at du lærer oss knowledge seekers og alle andre om universet, om skapelsen, om skaperen og om det å være menneske. Takk for at du viser oss at vi har en sjel, og at vi skal bruke den sjelen til å reise i universet, og i fremtiden bli lærerne i skapelsen. Takk.
Wszystkiego najlepszego w dniu urodzin, Panie Keshe, i dziękujemy za wszystko, co Pan robi. Kochamy Cię.
La mulți ani cu sănătate și bucurii, domnule Keshe. Vă mulțumim pentru cunoașterea pe care ne împărtășiți, care pune în armonie suflete și întreaga planetă. Să fiți ocrotit și inspirat mereu în misiunea dumneavoastră. Cu drag, din România.
بس بدلو سينيونا مستكاش مانجلاينيا نالجدو فان أكبر جيرم di la gërëm ci liggéey bu rëy bi ngay def ngir jubuwaale waa àdduna jërëjëf ci xamal ñu dimbalante mooy li tax ñu wàccee ñu ci kaw suuf si te jëf bu rafet mooy caabi buntu kër borom bindeef bi
Pek aziz ve çok muhterem Mehran Tavakkoli Keşe Hazretleri. Bu ses biz aciz talebelerinizden size bir gönül niyazıdır. Siz ilm ile dünün çağdaş bir tercümanı, vakti ve mekanı aşan bir yoldaşsınız. Hakkın izniyle açtığınız bu irfan yolunda nice gönüller nura kavuşmuştur. Doğum gününüz mübarek, yolunuz aydınlık olsun, şükran ve muhabbetle selam olsun size.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I'm not a big fan of birthdays, but in this case, I think it's worth remembering that at a similar time many years ago, a messenger of the Creator was born into this world. Today, I hope you have a minute where you feel the love and respect we have for you. Our thankfulness to be given this opportunity to become part of the universal family and to know and understand the love of the Creator. Happy birthday.
All right, would anyone like to add anything to that? It was very beautiful to see the knowledge seekers in a way standing in the balance and pledging their nation to peace. In a way, even though the nation is not yet peaceful, the knowledge seekers are standing up and pledging, as we heard Claudia read, that we agree with our nation to pledge it to peace. Anyone like to say anything? Mr. Keshe does make a few comments. We can go back to that. But we're all proud and humbled to be here in a way, in a very big way. Both that we've been touched by the knowledge, that our ancestors have done something correct that's allowed us to be here in this position. And perhaps, as we heard from Marie, we may become the teachers of the universe as well, as there's a lot of correction that still needs to be done, as many souls have left this planet, plants, animals, and the rest with the same, in a way, wrong streak. So there still may be some room for us to achieve to be these universal teachers. If no one has anything they'd like to add, we'll continue on this.
Thank you very much. That was a nice surprise. And thank you very much for all your love and care. We try to bring the change. And it's not easy. Many of you have suffered, and many of us will suffer to see that change, but it won't be easy because the greed of the man is much bigger than the peace of the man. And hopefully we achieve it, and we are on the right track. We are on the right track to bring that change. And hopefully we'll see the change. And that surely will happen in my lifetime, where no man will kill. And as we have seen the beginning of it, with the beautiful world leader, the present young president of African president, where he captured 40 trucks of ammunition very recently, guns, and everything else, and bullets, 5 million bullets. And it showed the maturity of the nation, it showed the maturity of the man. He melted them and made a bell for a school to be used to teach the men. And this is where the man is heading for. Changing tools of war to education and peace. And Burkina Faso is setting the course with the young generation, with their understanding and yearning for change. And we are there to bring that tool, that peace, that structure with science and technology, that it changes many, many things. And this is the beginning, and hopefully most of us in our lifetime will see the promised time. Not hopefully, we know we'll see the promised time. And will happen in much lesser time than we think, even though it looks like chaos. But this is always the storm before the law, before we see the peacetime. It's got to the point, dogs are barking, everybody's hitting at each other, they're going to use a nuclear material, they're going to destroy the planet. And when it settles down, they'll decide to get rid of all of it. We have to be mature to stand, and hopefully within the next week, we will bring you some surprises where we'll set the change. And it's done by knowledge seekers and many of you who worked in different ways in the background to bring it. Today's teaching was a beginning of where we start feeling. And this technology needs to be matured. Needs to be understood by all of us. And does not need to be everyone to have one at home. The only thing you need goes back to what I said over nearly 15, 20 years ago. With 2 mobile phones will change the course of humanity. One is to keep man communicated, and one for man to understand how to fly through the dimension of the soul. Thank you very much. It was beautiful. And we'll hopefully with very more few birthdays we'll see the world peace. And the peace and change in science and technology. In the past days, past weeks, I've seen so much, discussed so much, and in different parts of the world have seen so much weapons, mass killings, systems and governments who are just developing the latest to kill each other. And as we matured in Africa, will mature in the rest of the world very, very soon. Thank you very much. And hopefully we'll have another year of work to see where we can get to and how we can buy some head of these world leaders to understand we don't need war, we need peace. And we'll set the course, you will understand very soon. We'll set the course for change. And we'll see the rest. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone would like to make any comments? Feel free. Okay, if not, then let's just review what was in this workshop, I think, and the one before that, and the one before that as well, where systems are being introduced. Of course, we saw the introductory video by Ed, The Earth, a Greenhouse for Our Soul. And as Mr. Keshe said once, unfortunately, this is not the only greenhouse in the universe. So there's a lot of correction that still needs to be done. As he said, a lot has yet to come together, and a lot has yet to be taught, I do believe. So we still have that chance to create peace. We're not forgotten or discarded yet. I think this process is still, and of course the universal community has been very patient again. At certain points, I think they wanted to write off this structure, but Mr. Keshe said he pleaded before the universal community's universal council to allow more time for us to, in a way, to become kind to ourselves and to become kind to each other. Feel free to add in anything you'd like. And of course, the role of the soul in the peace process. This is part of it. Elevation of the soul. Even though we thought it's mature, it's not as mature. Apparently, the conditions created on this planet don't allow it to get the energy it needs. So the soul of physicality goes out and does some funny things, as we know. This is why he said he wants to bring us away from this killing. I never considered taking plants or fish or anything like that as an entity, as a soul, as a face of the creator in a way that I shouldn't be really touching and taking its energies, when now that we understand we can absorb pure energies from the universe before they're made into the love of creation or before they're made into an entity, as I'm seeing it. Volcanic eruptions as an expression of the collective energy. Yes, we have those volcanic eruptions. The sun has those. And this is just something a knowledge seeker put together, and I'm just sort of reading it for the very first time. And they're synchronizing of humanity and Earth. Again, where this, all the created things apparently are the soul of physicality on this planet to that soul that is created this planet. And we're trying to bring the two closer together. And this is what's happening. The soul is going to release the energies or be given the energies or understand how to feed its creation without that factor of killing within it. This is what I'm, so this is the promised time, the collective awakening of the animals, the plants, the trees, and the humanity, and all the other created entities on this planet. Energy as the basis of change. Natural sign points to an impending transformation. I guess things are moving. We talked about the animals moving and other things that show signs that new energies are being, I guess, introduced. We know the sun is playing a factor with the auroras and other things. Energies has been introduced. The Keshe Foundation in the background. Us as humanity, with our collective souls also being enlightened and elevated, will be able to do this process as well, more confidently perhaps, and more assuredly that what we're doing is correct. Energy as the basis of change, yes. That's all it is. They're just introducing a new energy in a way, or a group of energies that are allowing them. As he said, we're not educating you, we're changing you. So it's not going to come through this education, even though we thought it probably would, even though we're adding to our knowledge for sure. But the change is, in a way, being created for us. It's, as I said, or as Mr. Keshe said in the New Tomorrow, it's a gift from the Creator in a way, that we'll all be able to move between these two dimensions of energy and or transit between the two dimensions of matter, state, and energy. All the created beings will come to be aware of this and have the ability to do it. Now, that may not happen instantaneously. As he said, we're going to be helping to teach the universal community the transmutation, and they'll show us some of their advanced techniques, let's say, in the matter state. And of course, we didn't realize that the ones in the UFO are in the matter state. There's other ones as well in the universe that have never taken on physicality. And I guess some other entities have played both in the physical dimension and the energy dimension. Maybe those are the ones that have understood the totality, or maybe the ones that took on the energy dimension alone. They're very close to the Creator, and apparently it's another beautiful place to visit and interact with. Emotion and the birth of a new time cycle. Right. This is why I think he's taught us about time over the last number of weeks, quite a few weeks, that we just understand we wanted to change the possession, and I think we can, but we may not fully have the strength to do that. And this is why he's saying we're playing now with your time cycle. We're going to bring this whole planet into the timeline of the universal community. Active participation, what humanity can do, the point of decision. And again, we're participating on social medias or just being here in a way and discussing the knowledge, which there's very few forums which you can openly sort of discuss this sort of enlightenment that we've received. But we're just the early comers, let's say. We're just sort of the pioneers. The others will catch up, and I think this energy introduction will help them to catch up, where more and more people will not so much be enamored with the matter state of their life, but be more interested, for whatever reason, they become curious about this energy dimension in their life, which, as we know, we're all chameleons and we're all operating in a way, two dimensions, the energy dimension and the matter state dimension, but we're heavily weighted on the matter state of the operation. And now we're being enlightened, or as he said, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. So it's a very beautiful process. We've been totally, in a way, misdirected into, from the structures on this planet and even the soul of this planet, into matter state, being the beginning and the end of everything. And when we're not here physically, it's over. Not true at all. As we come to understand, the life of the soul in the universe is much, much greater than the life of the soul in the physicality that it's created. But at the same time, Mr. Keshe says we can extend the physical life into the thousands or millions of years. But he's also said, who wants to live in the same house for 1,000 years? So again, I think it'll be up to you. And as we start to go into the big city from this little village, many won't come back. I think they'll find a balance. So a lot of this planet won't have the population that it has today, at least in the next century. This is what seems to be on the horizon. And yes, a new world order, not to abuse and to imprison and to confine, but to elevate and to give and to nourish. This is the time of milk and honey, the promised time that's always been spoken about in the holy books. And we always wondered how it was going to happen. But as he said, we've been looking for a man. And really, what we should be looking for is the knowledge of creation from the Creator in a way. So instead of war, work and hardship, life as joy and mutual support. And it will extend to the point where you talk about serving one another at a certain point, I believe, and we can find that in some of the other teachings, the private teachings, where we will run out of people to serve on this planet because everybody will have everything they need. And then maybe the universe opens up and we start to correct some of the souls that have left this planet, if that's part of your job to do, because there must be a lot of creation going on of the souls that have left this planet with, in a way, a wrong condition. But he said it's only a small fraction of the creation in the creation, so to speak. Let's see if there's anything else here. I think there is. Practical introduction and demonstration of a new form of energy. Yes, food, the energy as food. I think this is part of it. But of course, as we see, he announced that they were going to do something in Europe, perhaps on the energy side. And then this past couple of days, I've heard about these AI systems and well, it's been explained to us a little bit by some of the people who work in this field that are knowledge seekers, about the energy that these AI systems are using. And they were saying in Texas that they used 500 million gallons of water in some sort of period of time. And now they're asking the citizens not to take a shower so often because the water needs to be used for the AI. But we have ways of creating water as well. And hopefully the energy, because these AIs are pulling in a tremendous amount of energy, and perhaps this is the solution of bringing in some of the technologies. I know he said those standalone generating systems are being mass produced now, and they'll be warehoused to be released all simultaneously then at the same time, I've been hearing how my electric rates may triple due to what's coming with these AIs. And of course, they put rules in some of these bills that you cannot change anything about the AI at least for another 5 years. So we have the ability, the technology, to have systems to produce water if we need it, or perhaps the AI, as we know, if we can take the heat that's generated and turn it into a form of energy to feed back into the AI, it can almost be self-sustaining without taking any energy from the grid. But these statistics that they're starting to show that the AI is already using as much as the population is using of energy, at least, this will need to be addressed in a relatively short way. And of course, the Keshe Foundation has the solution. We know the energy of the universe is free. And as he said with the gas unit or the burning the methane gas, that you could burn it as often as long as you like, because the energy from the universe is free. Any other comments from anyone, please? What else? A new cycle of teaching units, energy, scent, and emotion. Yes, this is what we saw with the lavender, with the honey, and with the orange juice. And I think you can call upon these pictures. Certain things are embedded now, even beyond sharing the soul of, or maybe it's a different way, of the producer of the workshops. Other energies are being added in. So new eating habits, yes, we can absorb our energies without having to chew them. I'm not there, but I'm on the road to realize that it's possible. And of course, the more energy you have, the less you'll require of the matter state, and probably live longer and healthier. Although I think you can still eat if you have for the pleasure of it, but in the future it'll probably be frowned upon. The fields are intended to alleviate infections, change smoking behavior, and reduce aggression. Anyone want to share anything? We've heard a number of testimonies from different people that have had certain experiences, and others may notice the change in the weeks and the months ahead. And I believe this is a cumulative, in a way, process. We need to introduce certain energies that once they're accepted and balanced within the structure of the man, then other energies that couldn't be added until those first energies are in place will add to the enlightenment and elevation. This is just my understanding, so I'm just trying to be impartial. This is just the way I am looking at this. Anyone else want to add anything else? And asking you again to observe yourself. Have you become more peaceful? Have you become kinder? Have you become more enlightened or balanced? And again, each one of us probably needs slightly different things, the same but slightly different, as we're all trying to get to this point. But what one person needs may not be what another person needs. So we're all, apparently there's a huge bouquet of fields, and the soul picks up if it's ready to, or if you want to grab it, those energies, and changes a dimension within the dimension of physicality. But as he said, humanity is still more driven by greed than peace, and we all should wish for peace, because peace will bring prosperity for many, where the wars just bring prosperity for a few, and all the misery and the conditions that happen. But of course, he's explained that in a number of workshops where, as we know, the fields have to balance at certain points, and we carry the, I guess, the wrong intentions or wrongdoings of 500 generations. And maybe some of them were more peaceful than we are today. But anyway, all the wrongs that's gone on has to be balanced, whether it's in our lifetime or in our grandchildren's lifetime. The souls don't seem to need to have it balanced immediately, but when the time is right, these things get balanced out. So yes, he said there'll be concrete advances, and surprises are announced for the near future, supported by the global community of knowledge seekers. Okay, so that's basically what was in there. Of course, we can go on. Mr. Keshe goes from A to Z in these workshops in all other directions. But it's beautiful that I didn't think I could get it done myself, and I was wondering how we're going to reach the whole lot. And it's through the energies. You bring new energies in. It's just almost like a fertilization process where you have a plant, it's not doing so well, it looks okay, but yet, you know, it could be looking much more greener or more beautiful. So you give it some fertilizer, and the plant usually perks up and starts to show its grace and its beauty. Well, the fertilizer that the Keshe Foundation is using are the universal fields, cosmic rays, cosmic fields, other perhaps nuclear interaction that's going on in the background to bring that change with or without you even knowing it. So the whole process is, and I don't think you'll be able to refuse it. If so, you probably refuse it for a while, but then the energies will basically overtake you. And you will then become a much more peaceful being as a gift, again, from the Creator. Anyone else want to add anything? How are you seeing the events in your area? Or what are you seeing worldwide? Are you noticing? He said they're noticing a lot of things are changing. I haven't noticed that. Maybe I'm listening to the news too much, which again, we shouldn't be too enamored with all these things because it's all coming to an end. Apparently, other souls have realized the change is here, the time is short, and so they're acting out a little bit more than usual, perhaps. But in the end, everyone will become peaceful, collectively working together and serving one another. And then, of course, going out into the bigger city, as we say, we call the universe. And we're just in this little sort of speck of dust, the village we call Earth. But it is a very beautiful place, but yet at the same time, we're going to take the harshness out of the living conditions here, that every child born is, none of them are born in poverty and nobody dies in poverty. You'll have as much as you need, but not more than you need. Okay, if there's no further thoughts or comments, or anyone wants to address any of that, perhaps we can go to just, let's see if we can find that. I think we can. I was looking for the part where he said, again, we're not educating you, we're changing you. So I think if it would have happened, if it could have come through education, that we certainly should have already been there, but it doesn't seem to be coming through education. As he said, he taught you everything about the magravs, but yet no one seems to be able to light an LED bulb with the magrav. And we taught you everything about transmutation, but yet at the same time, he doesn't understand why knowledge seekers aren't already transmuting. So maybe there's other things that need to be taught. This is what he said about the magrav. We haven't taught you everything. We still have to teach you that. So this is coming in the future. But everybody was in a rush to make them and thought they could do it, but I haven't seen it really happening that way. Maybe a few people have worked directly, like Yusuf with Mr. Keshe and others, that they have received more success with the magrav. But again, I think the magrav is us, but the magrav will still work beautifully in the matter state for transferring energies or providing energies or changing emotions once we actually understand some of the keys to it, which has been not taught yet. So let's go here. This is around, this is where he says we're not educating you, we're changing you. Any comments anyone would like to make? And this is about 20 minutes, so feel free to stop it, ask any questions. I know sometimes it's been voiced earlier that we learn more collectively together as we listen to these workshops, because we hear different people's thoughts and comments, and sometimes we accept it and sometimes we don't, or we just add it to our own understanding.
We are not educating you, we are changing you through your own essence of creation. using the most modern systems of satellites, mobile phones, and expensive computers you're sitting right in front of. This is where the change comes, and this is where I always say the time has come to bring the promise of milk and honey. And to what extent humanity will go to change now that we have introduced a new technology, converting energy of the food into energy of the man, and as the energy in the dimension of motion from us to you delivers energy which creates life, gives life, and saves life.
And again, he talked about having the two cell phones when we get to the 9G and 10G, which is already planned in the future. Maybe the 5G is not able to deliver everything complete the way the 9 and 10G will be able to do. Apparently, there's more information in shorter spaces in the 9 and 10G, as I understand it. I guess the dots or that little info packages or whatever are much closer together. So this is, I think, what he was also referring to in this workshop. We need to, it's not fully, let's say, pure because it has to go through some of the conventional systems. But it's certainly a huge starting point and I think laying the groundwork for the next system to then take over, that it can be there.
To what extent would we go to understand the change? Go to position that we do not compromise our life to take another life, where being a vegetarian, a meat eater, a vegan is all killing, glorified by others and in a way frowned on by the others. What would the next generation of us look like when now we have brought this technology to feed the man through the communication line, through the fields of the universe?
And again, I was talking to someone yesterday and we were talking about this food and she said, don't talk to me about food and all that. I love to eat. So if you're in that position, no problem. Slowly, gently, you'll be nudged in a way to see the light or the enlightenment, that we don't have to put our own lives in danger by taking other souls. Most people are not ready for this, but they're being prepared for it in a way. And it will happen. It just works. It's just like if we put laughing gas in the air and we were all in the same room, we'll all start laughing. I think it's the same with the fields. Maybe not. I've never experienced that, but this is what they say, laughing gas or something like that. So it's not a gas, it's actually a field that's being created here. And that field will bring about and again, it may be a continuing process and a building process. In other words, before you do certain surgeries on the body, other things have to be, sometimes they have to do 2 or 3 surgeries because you have to correct something underneath before you can start doing the upper levels or the things on top.
Would we lose our weightlessness? All this extra eating which made us fat? Would we gradually lose our stomach? Or would our Are we getting trained to become passengers of the universe where we don't need intestine? Would we get the advertisers coming up, my orange juice has so many energies, and would the restaurants go bankrupt that nobody walks in to eat? Would there be a restaurant business anymore? Oh, 80% of the shops in China will be closed for sure because they're all food shops. There will be no more pizzerias in around Europe. And how much mankind is kind to himself to understand the China. Are we creating a new time? Or have we pushed humanity from today to the new time? Observe your behavior in respect of food. Till next week. Observe the behavior of those who are around you. If your cat is in the house or in next to you and has been sitting during the session. Because waves, no souls and no physicality of the man.
Anyone notice any changes around them? Or with their cats, perhaps? I know I had reported in the reactor group a few weeks ago, I think, where I noticed my cat, maybe it wasn't the reactor, it could have been another program, where the cat seemed to be eating less, that I was putting less food in the bowl, but yet the cat didn't seem to be, not every time, but strange that the food was left there for longer periods of time. And of course, I do give the cat some Gans water with a few drops or an ounce or two of different Gans waters, the zinc or the CO2 or the Cup of Life 1. And of course, there's Gans spread around the house and so on. So perhaps the cat is even picking up some of these energies. Anyone want to say anything if they've noticed any changes in themselves or people around them or even their pets? Because they're all getting touched. And he said, notice in the next few weeks. And again, I battled with that idea of killing and the food and the rest of that for quite a while before I decided to sort of go in the direction that I'm going in. It took a bit of, arguing back and forth with myself. And of course, as when I first came to the Keshe Foundation, and I think it must be in the private archives where Mr. Keshe said you could feed yourself without eating. I said, no way. There's no way I could figure out how you could feed yourself without eating. Of course, we know we're not chewing it, but we're still feeding, but we're feeding off the fields more and more. As he said, there's only a 20% gap. We're already all absorbing 80%, as I understand it, of the energies you need for daily life. So it's only a 20% shortage. So we're already doing good, but we need to get it to the point where we're not taking, and this becomes a comfortable position as I see it, that there's no need for the releasing souls and taking their energies to sustain our own, because the Creator doesn't do that, doesn't take any, not even from a mosquito, to sustain himself. So if we're made in the image of the creation, we can follow suit. We're given a helping hand with some of these energies to bring us to that level, or to ingrain within our own structure how this is done, with you knowing or without you knowing it. And wow, if you're in the restaurant business, this could be, again, something you may want to consider in the coming period. It seems less and less people are eating out now. They're talking about pizza being a luxury item these days because of the cost and everything. But it won't be the cost, it'll be the ethos that brings us, I think, to this position of not really wanting to kill the creation, just absorbing those pure fields. And very possible, never thought it was possible, but now I understand more, and I've, in a way, had a taste of it.
Has the fish changed in the fish tank while you're listening in the room? how much and to what extent humanity and the created things on this planet are ready for change. Because change is on the table. It's in front of you. You can't change it. Knowledge has come. Now who's going to play the knowledge? You're not very quick to make the grabs, to save yourself energy. I wonder how quick are you now you know, but you don't know how actually convert it into his energy side yet because we haven't told you that. Are coming to get your free food every day. And how much this food will last you? A day? A week? Has it satisfied the smell of you? I chose Ravanda for a special reason. How many of you will stop smoking? How many of you become peaceful in behavior? How many of you who has had an infection will have no infection? And this process will carry on. I wonder, now you've seen what I've done to you 15 minutes before each picture. Can guess from the energy you receive what will be the third picture today. And what are you tasting in your mouth? What are you feeling, emotion of receiving? Because we are feeding you with something. Or are you just taking the energy without connecting it to any entity? Because as you hear my voice, that entity is fed through the same system, through channel 6 of the platform, live on this screen. You see, the unit is at work.
And again, we're just a small group, but I don't think he would have brought the system out if it wasn't really ready. I'm sure they've done a lot of tests in the background before they brought it into the public, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But this is going to get expanded on a much bigger scale. I know he talked about taking a certain percentage of the GDP to feed the nation. And of course, the nation will become peaceful as well. So we'll see how this works out, but the systems are definitely working. And we're hearing that through the reports that people are sharing with the Keshe Foundation. Anyone want to share anything at this point or experience anything they'd like to share?
Is, are you receiving or are you taking? And how far are you there to catch? What is the structure? And what do you feel? Write down what energy you feel. Do you feel any energy? Are you receiving anything more than the lavender, what do you call honey? Are you, somebody says, I tease, I smell orange. Says, I tell you, Monica, you say, I tease, smell and feel orange. Are you actually feeling orange or tasting orange? Or you're testing orange if you tell you if it's orange or not? Or is it lemon? You gotta wait 7 minutes to see. Even did your soul tell you what you teased? Write down what you taste, what you smell. You taste honey and you smell lavender. But doesn't need to be. This is how we change the time. And this is the process. How the future humanity will change. If some of you remember, people used to gather around the radio to hear the latest news, to see what the fear and what the Hitler has done, what the Allies are doing, and it was a big thing getting around the phone, the radio. Would the humanity get around the mobile phones and computers and the rest to receive the food, the elevation of the soul of the man? But there is a very big problem with this system, and that is, we still pass these things through electronics, too many interference and the rest. Will it be better that if there was no intervention and it was a direct connection, that you receive the pure energy and would that bring the change for us to be able to move in the direction of what we call understanding oneself? By feeding ourselves through the field of the universe, we change the strength of the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man, and the time change. Would, when the man does not kill, lives for centuries, and the one who kills lives shorter because of the diseases what it takes will bring him. Then ask yourself one single question. Why man changes his half time by killing the others, where he can tap the universal energy and live a life of eternity for thousands of years? That's the only way man will survive in the span of the universe for thousands of years of man's time on this planet. When you don't take in the poison, you cannot die of a poison. This is a secret which is being kept away from man. But man had no solution. Man had no technology, had no way to substitute the killing. But do we actually even need the lavender or the orange or the honey or whatever, where we can tap into universal energy and live for thousands of years. In a way, we time our own death by ending another lifetime by choice of eating it.
And of course, he puts those long pauses in there for a reason, for, I guess, for us to contemplate. But again, eat more, live less. Eat less, live more. It's really counterintuitive and totally against what the structure tells us. I know he went into this idea of cornflakes and others, but again, it's not the way we've been ingrained. Totally opposite, isn't it?
And what are we doing? We want the everlasting life. We want to be young. We want to live for hundreds of years, but we know we are the cause of it by killing, taking energies which don't matches with our energy, and what happens? We die 60 years, 70 years, where by not killing, learning to take and tap into universal energy, we can live for thousands of years. Then it comes to a question. Suicide is forbidden. But why does man, every mouthful, commit suicide? Makes one step closer to die faster. Where the wish, the emotion of the energy to keep the physicality going is enough to feed the man, without actually the man physically killing for it. When you see in a space the bodies that look like whatever has no stomach and no mouth, and communicates through the emotion of the physicality of the soul or the body, and you ask them how long they live, first of all, they have no human time race, and to their time they've been there for millions of years. The color of the skin shows the intention of the man. What is the future of mankind? Why do we kill ourselves? By the food we eat. We shorten our lives and then we want to last longer. Where with the new understanding, we create a new dimension. With new understanding, we create a position for understanding what is our position within our lives. And what is our next step? And what can we do to understand that we are cause of our own demise?
It's almost like those game shows that they used to have on TV. Maybe they still do, but you know, you pick door number one, what's behind the curtain, or you pick door number two or door number three, and you get that prize. Well, now he's telling you what's behind door number one. You want to eat a lot, you're going to live a lot less. You want it behind door number two, you eat less and you live longer. But we could never achieve that. Didn't he just say that? Because we didn't have a way, we didn't have a system to be able to feed us. And this is why the system is ingraining, I believe, within each and every one of us, individually and collectively, the ability or reminding the soul what it can do to feed us. And therefore, you'll live a little longer. Daniel, your camera just came on. Anyone else want to add anything? I know it's a little bit hard. You sort of have to work through this idea, but the system, I guess I won't have that eggnog anymore or that chocolate cake that I've so loved my entire life and this and that, but you're actually gaining an aspect of a longer life. So have all the fun and eat everything you can, and you'll probably live shorter. Apparently, these foods are more poison than nourishment in the understanding of the universal knowledge. But we don't see it that way, do we? Not yet, fully.
And we see people, they want more time when they're on the deathbed, but they don't realize that they created that time by the foods, by the energies they took in. By killing the other lives, the apple, the beautiful delicious steak, the marvelous mushrooms with the cream, and the rest. What's interesting is if man realizes that he is actually causing his own demise by the food he takes, and learns that he can take energy to the dimension of the emotion of the soul with the mantra.
Remember when Mr. Keshe had said humanity would accept this technology not for the love of it, but out of the fear of its own demise? Is this what he's talking about? We're creating our own demise by taking all these things we shouldn't be taking, and we don't realize it. So maybe we'll start to accept this technology as a huge life extension and following the ethos of the universe. Anyone? Any thoughts? I know it's that favorite pizza that we all like, cheese, and, as he said, the mushrooms and the cream sauce and the rest. But actually, it's more harmful apparently than what it appears to be, and especially in the ethos of the killing. But we'll be conditioned that we can do this without that, and the others will enjoy the same. Or again, you pick door number one, and that's the one with the food and everything else, and that's the one with the shorter life. So again, it seems we're doing it to ourselves without us even knowing it. Of course, we didn't have an alternative system to be able to absorb the energies we need. And as he said at one point, it's good that we're absorbing 80% automatically, because if it was less, we'd be like a bird. There wouldn't be enough time in the 24 hours of the day to feed you all the energies that you need. So we're already there in a way. We just have the small gap to fill. And that's what these systems are doing. And extending your life at the same time, if that's what you desire. You choose. Door number one, door number two, or I don't know what's behind door number three, though.
Now you got your answer. It was orange juice. Did the soul know? Was it taste nice? With the honey, we tested your hunger. With the lavender, we tested your smell. And with the juice, we tested your thirst. And amazing enough, if you can have this free, why do you stop and create half-life time for the others? When mankind will be kind to itself, that it can create a condition for life. And as the technology and science of the man has reached the point that we can provide facilities, bring in structures that no man needs to kill, no man needs to die of hunger, no man needs to be born poor and die poor, where we are all rich in an equal amount. Universal currency, cash flow currency, where you are born rich, not by name, by physically in the hand, that no mother can worry about where my child would come from, because it's already set to live a perfect life. The child had a perfect life in the womb of the mother. Why not from the second he's born? We have structured it, and you will soon understand it. And by demand of people, you'll bring it into operation in a very smooth way. We are here to serve, but the right way. I hope you enjoyed your time this morning, and I wonder how your breakfast, lunch, and dinner and emotions and the smell will be in the next few days and months to come. Watch the cat. What have you changed in his life, in his half-lifetime? We go for a break, we come back and try to answer a few questions. I have to leave before 3 hours, so I have to go into another meeting, please. Thank you very much, Rick. I hope you enjoyed the lavender, the honey, and the juice.
Well, I selected fish as my magic word, but it wasn't because of fish. It was because of the environment the fish was in, the liquid. As Azar also selected it, she said it had to be something liquid, which is interesting. Whereas,
So as we saw that picture, the honey was for your hunger, not to, that the hunger perhaps doesn't get triggered, or to satisfy that hunger. And of course, we know with the smells are energies, and when you smell that restaurant releasing something, you may want to go to that restaurant. So I think he's touching the smell, that you smell burgers, or you smell pizza, or you smell some other sort of cuisine that they're venting out on the fans and things to bring you in. You won't be sort of tantalized by that. And this is for your thirst. Again, the same way as he was, I think it was Hassan who was saying that he had gone 12 days without food, and he was just having water or teas. And Mr. Keshe said, perhaps you can even absorb the water without having to drink it. So this is to satisfy your thirst. So the hunger, the smell, and the thirst are being satisfied, I think, just by looking and wanting to pick up on this. But again, it's up to each and every one of us. But over time, I think you'll sort of relent and see that this is a much better way to live. And this is the life of the universe. You don't take any of the others energies unless they're freely given to you. All right, it's just about that time to create the Dome of Peace. Anyone want to say anything? I know it's kind of a very touchy subject about this eating and this, and why is all this food so readily available to many on this planet? But now we're looking at it from a deeper sort of, yes, did someone want to say something, please?
Mark, can you give me an extra 30 minutes, please?
How do I do that?
Well, while you're doing the Dome of Peace, maybe you can come up with something, please.
Okay. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Maybe the others can add in, or if they'd like to say anything.
Thank you.
I'd like to share.
Oh, I think this is it Carolyn?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I was just communicating with a friend, a contact, and he has a contact friend person where he is in New Mexico. And she's 20,000 years old, and she eats miso and a little bit of spirulina every day for the Palestinians. She says she's eating that for others.
Oh, that's interesting.
I thought it fit into the conversation.
Yeah, no, definitely. And she said she's 20,000 years old.
Yes.
Wow. So she's eating and then converting it to give as energy to the ones that are hungry.
Right, but very lightly. Just a little bit of miso every day with a little spirulina, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. How long has she been practicing this sort of position? I mean, as far as the not eating so much?
20,000 years. I think. I'm thinking she doesn't need to eat.
Right, right. Well, we've seen that with the breatharians, how they're breathing and they control their breathing. And even one of I could never imagine that, but one of them was followed and just had a very little bit of food and was followed by a doctor through a full pregnancy and delivered a beautiful, healthy, happy child. And so definitely it's very possible. I think Mr. Keshe is making it easier. Does she share this knowledge, Carolyn, with the others, or is this something that, like the guru who was 40 days or something without eating, but he wouldn't share the techniques with the followers, so he could sort of, create this aura around himself that how they could be so impressed with him and his abilities? Is she sharing any of this knowledge, or does it?
I don't think so specifically, because I imagine she's here on another mission. But I do know from a conference I was at years ago. I went to a dinner with the group was having a dinner, and she was giving me, the ticket. She says, "I don't need the meal." I said, "Really?" I said, "But you got a ticket." She says, "Yeah, but I haven't eaten anything in 3 years." And so she doesn't eat. She wasn't eating. She was a breatharian and had children, and she, raised her children with food, but she wasn't eating for years.
Yeah, I think there are many stories, probably with monks and others, or people, they're probably so humble that they really don't want to come into the public, and then all the controversy or whatever that stems from. But just amazing. We have, this is what he said, it's all about finding out about you and your capabilities. And she's not in or around the Keshe Foundation at all.
No.
Do you know they have like normal stomach and so on? And how, like, if you look at them, do they look thin or just right?
I was thinking of that same question. Thank you, Gail.
Oh, well, they just look normal. But yeah. But you think about the digestive organs are on the outside of the body that in terms of they deal with the outside energy. And so that seems like you, of course, you could eliminate that part without affecting anything else.
Yeah, well, I don't know how that would work because, for example, our teeth, each tooth is a part of a certain part of the body. So I wonder how they would, you know, adapt. It would be very interesting to talk to the person. Wow, we can find out our history. Thank you.
Oh, the one that Leonora, who's 20,000 years old, she knows everything that's going on.
You could bring her on and we'll ask questions. Thank you, Carolyn, for sharing. Thank you.
Oh, well, I just wanted to share. Thank you. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. Anyone else have anything they want to share, or what are your emotions that you're going through about this food?
Something I might contribute, Mark.
Can you come a little closer, Daniel?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Anyone else?
Could be that. How about now?
I don't think it's as strong as you normally are.
Let's see.
Anyone else?
I can turn up my microphone.
Okay.
Can't hear hardly at all.
Okay. All right. That's a confirmation. Daniel, you need to come in a little stronger, clearer, or maybe I'm not sure how your system is set up.
I can hear him just fine.
Okay.
Well, I'll try to proceed as best I can, Mark. Essentially, I make CO2 gas, have for years, and I drink approximately around 14 ounces a day on a daily basis on the water. And I had gone probably about a month ago, maybe a little longer, to my doctor, and he checked my prostate, and he seemed a bit concerned. He detected that there seemed to be some sort of growth on my prostate. So what I did was I went to a test, a complete blood count, which would indicate if there was cancerous cells in that area. And the doctor never phoned me back, and I'm saying, well, why not? So I was a little concerned, and I decided, well, I'd never checked to see where my prostate is. I had a general idea of its location, but I'd never done anything to do anything in a more precise manner.
Can we get your mic a little louder? This is a great testimony.
This
We
is
understand
really...
it had to do with the prostate, and the doctor felt there was some growth there, and you went for a blood test. We got all that, but I wish it could be a little bit louder.
Yeah, bear with me here, Mark.
Yes, no problem. We have plenty of time before.
Do you have a headset, maybe?
I do, but they are for receiving, not transmitting.
Could you try unplugging it and speaking through the system? Does that work?
No, not really.
Because it's just above a whisper, not a whisper, but a very low voice.
Very
Like,
loud.
no, we see your
Normally it
camera.
always comes through a little quicker. Let me see here for a second. Maybe it's... Can you hear me better now?
No, you have your camera on, just to let you know.
Okay, sorry about that.
You don't need the...
Didn't want to scare anybody.
I don't think you need the camera. There must be a
Well, I'm
way
only
to
seeing
increase.
part of the icons controlling those functions.
How about right on your microphone? Is there a switch or a button you can increase or decrease the volume? On the, are you wearing like a wired headset?
I've got them. Let me see if that's plugged in. Let me try something.
Is it plugged in all the way? I've had that with mine, Daniel, where I thought the pin was in the computer when I was wearing the the headset and it wasn't all the way in.
There, now it's all the way in now. Can you hear me better?
Not really.
Hello?
How about if you just pull it out and let's see if we can hear you?
Yeah, I pushed it all the way in. Now I had to go to the earphone. And is it louder now, Mark? Or
No, not for me.
you're
I'm
pretty loud
trying
to me.
I'm trying to turn my volume up here, but its sound is all the way up.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, I should be able to adjust the volume, but when I go into the audio settings, I don't see anything for microphone.
Uh-huh.
And the icons are pretty well hidden down below. So
If you, just a suggestion, if you unplug the headphones for a test, can we just see if that works a little better?
yeah,
Pull
I
it
did.
back out of the
Yeah,
pin.
took them right out now, no problem, but I don't see any change. Can I select the microphone?
No, just not there. Carolyn said you were coming through clear, so let's go ahead with it, Daniel.
Well, I'll try as best I can. Whoever
Maybe
can-
just speak a little louder.
I'll give it a try. What essentially, I went to the doctor, Mark. He gave me prostate examination and picked up something that concerns him.
Right.
He asked me to do a complete blood test, which would show up if there was any cancerous cells or, you know, other type of material in my blood that would indicate that there was a cancerous growth in my prostate. I never heard back from him, so I had never known in a precise way. I knew in a general way where the prostate was located, but not precisely. So I Googled and got a diagram of the anatomy of where the prostate would be. And I noticed that the urethra passes directly through the prostate. Now, I drink roughly around 14 ounces of CO2 GANs per day. It's part of my daily diet. And what was happening, I remember about a year ago, I had an attack of shingle. I got rid of that by soaking a face cloth in the GANs, applying it because it was attacking my face. And I got rid of the shingles within 24 hours. Then I noticed, well, why haven't I heard from the doctor? Well, it became obvious then because of the fact that the GANs in my blood and then entering into my urine was passing directly through my prostate. So whatever cancerous growth was there had been stopped. There was a remnant of it, but the cancer was no longer active. So again, what we learned, and this is going way, way back to 2014, when we started making the basic GANs, the first three GANs, CO2, CuO, and ZNO. So the key is essentially that I had cancer, obviously, there was something there, and now it was no longer active. So just by learning some of the basics of this new technology, I've been able to cure 2 serious infections in my body. Because cancer in reality is another energy packet, very much like a virus.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, maybe this will help some people out there, but it would indicate that we should be drinking CO2 GANs, not the not the CuO, but the CO2 per day, and it may help in a lot of ways. Because again, I've never had a cold. Because every time I feel one coming on, I have a vaporizer that I bought from Amazon, where you can breathe in. It's a facial vaporizer, and I breathe in the fumes from that whenever I feel a cold going on. So I haven't had a cold since 2014, believe it or not. And I used to get one every year, and especially the type of flu that I had with the Beijing flu, I stopped that as well. So anyway, I hope this is some basic information that may be helpful on a daily basis to whoever is listening in on this. So hopefully,
Yep.
this has been interesting, if nothing else.
We're all becoming that last man standing where we can meet our needs much more than we. Why didn't the doctor get back to you?
Well, he picked up nothing. You know, he was concerned, obviously, and when he got the test results, he never called me, which means and indicates, and this has been well over a month ago, indicates that there was nothing to pick up. There was no sign of cancer. Even though there was a growth on my prostate, which spurred him to get the complete blood count, he never did call me back, which indicates that number one, he found nothing to be concerned about. So there we go. We can defeat certain things just by the basic information that we got. And I'm typically only a neophyte. You know, and I have not been able, since I had my stroke, been able to follow the teachings in the depth that I used to.
Right.
So I'm pretty well, you know, on the periphery now of anything that goes on. But just what I picked up during the first couple of years before I had my stroke has been life-saving. Because I could have had half of my face actually emaciated by the virus. And because of the fact that, you know, my daughter, who's a nurse, told me that I had the shingles. Well, immediately, once I recognized it as a virus rather than as a, you know, just a rash, I was able to bring it under control. The odd thing was I was noticing is that I was starting to get an outbreak in my right orbital bone, the orbital bone around the eye. And it was odd to see the formation of these particular blisters. What would appear would be a black dot, then surrounded by a circular, you know, a circle of looked like somebody would have drawn it, and then radiating lines coming out from the center of the pustule. And when I started putting the face cloth on that and applying the GANs in the face cloth, they had disappeared within about 6 to 7 hours. So I could have been in a lot worse shape had my daughter not recognized that I had the shingles. And had I not had the knowledge that was passed on by Mr. Keshe just in the beginning to be able to handle it. And I make the cup one regularly whenever I'm getting low on the GANs, and I'm always keeping it in handy in a, you know, so that I can drink it every day. And I do drink approximately 14 ounces a day of the CO2 GAN. So anyway, if that proves invaluable to somebody that's listening today, I'm glad I passed it on. So thank you for allowing me to give this information, and take care, Mark.
Thank you very much. Beautiful, and congratulations. Yes, as we know, the material knows where to go and what to do.
Yeah, it's amazing.
To bring the balance in. And this is what Mr. Keshe is encouraging us, that we are that last man standing.
And where they've gone now is amazing. I mean, they're doing things that I could never have even imagined in the earlier days. So it's progressing rather rapidly now, and I'm waiting now for whatever is happening with these sessions on Friday to be able to bring this forth to affect the entirety of mankind.
Right. Well, just to show you, this was, I don't know if you can see this picture.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I guess someone had gotten burned with caustic, and they went to the hospital, and they said it would be sick. This is one of Gianni's apparently contemporaries or someone he knows, and they said there'll be 6 months for healing, and there'll be a lot of scarring. And so Gianni went ahead and did some different wrappings. Again, this is something he must have developed on his own. And I'm just trying to bring up one of the other pictures here if I can. And just to show you some of the progression that, again, this is phenomenal. They told them 6 months and scarring, and now they use some sort of wraps. And again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not recommending anyone actually do this, but apparently it can be done. Here is some of the wraps that they had the fella in for some period of time. And I guess within a couple of weeks, let me take the last picture here and see if we can just bring this up on the screen. And just to show you where, I think it was in 9 days. Gail, do you remember? I'll just bring
I don't remember the number of days, but it was a short time.
Very short time, like an unbelievable short time. So here is what the fellow looked like after, I think, 9 days or 2 weeks, something along that line.
Wow.
So you can see there was, let me just say, okay, we are not Gianni gave a disclaimer. We are not medical doctors. I, Gianni, and my wife, Jetta, completed first aid and geriatric training in Spain through the Red Cross. The intervention was made voluntarily based on our understanding and experience with plasma technology. Let me go back a little bit. I'll just read a little bit more. Oh, gosh, this is quite a long one. Accident. On April 9th, 2025, I was contacted by Elena, a close friend, shortly after her husband, Christy, suffered severe chemical burns to the face, abdomen, leg, and foot. The cause was a drain cleaning product, fixed powder drain 500, containing highly corrosive and alkaline compounds. I immediately recommended through rinsing with plasma structured water, CO2 and ZNO, from their well, previously enriched with GANs. So Gianni must have been at their location in the past. The washing lasted 5 to 6 minutes, after which Christy was taken to the hospital by ambulance. At the hospital, no treatment was applied for 2 hours. After the consultation, he was prescribed painkillers, antibiotics, and acne ointments. At home, after applying one of the ointments, Christy experienced severe stinging and swelling around the eyes. Elena called again, asking for urgent help. Plasmatic intervention. I requested the photos of the chemical and the affected areas. Together with Jetta, we went to Dorohai and prepared regenerative plasma cream using cold pressed hemp oil, seaweed, aloe vera, beeswax from cappings, propolis, CO2 and ZNO liquid plasma. We also prepared a washing solution. Now let me just go down a little further. I won't go into everything. Application of plasmatic creams 3 to 4 times a day. Face masks using sterile gauze soaked in CO2 water 40 to 50 minutes, 4 to 5 times a day. CUO was not used on the head or face. Christy reported no pain, no burning, no discomfort during the treatment. Sprays were applied as needed, especially when he said the skin feels tight. Evolution of treatment. April 9th, intense redness, swelling, stinging. Let's see, here is, well, these are pictures afterwards. What else can we say? April 10th, daily face mask, CO2 water, the skin calmed and regenerated. April 13th, even skin tone, no blisters, crusts, or pus. So you see what Daniel is saying in a different application, it worked the same way. These, again, I'm not recommending anyone do this. Gianni's not a doctor either, and we're not doctors. We're just the providers of the technology, as I understand it. So no blisters, crusts, or pus. April 15th to 18th, complete regeneration. No pain, no infection, no scarring. Christy followed the protocol with discipline and trust. Skin regenerated fully, no marks, no scars. Disclaimer, we are not doctors. As I read this earlier, I and my wife completed the first aid training in Spain through the Red Cross. Intervention was made voluntarily. We do not recommend replacing medical consultation with alternative methods without a specialist's advice. In case of accident or emergency, always consult the doctor and follow professional medical advice. This testimony is for information and educational purposes only. It does not constitute medical advice. So I just thought I'd show those. And again, there's a few other pictures here. And let's see, I might as well take the very last one. Oops, sorry, I need to save this. And we thanks Gianni for sharing these photographs, which he shared in the Keshe Plasma Reactor group. Let's just see if this is the right one. And this is one of the final pictures of this gentleman. Everyone see that? Anyone see that? And of course, if any of us have worked with caustic, and we know we use caustic, but I don't think this was from making or doing any sort of nano coating. This was from an accident in a sink or a toilet, I believe. I don't have the full details, but it doesn't take long for this to burn. The caustic, I used to sell caustic in for laundering purposes in commercial and on-premise laundries. So this was the results. When the hospital said 6 months and scarring, now we see the center picture, even though not fully recovered, in the 90 percentile. So thank you for all the knowledge, Mr. Keshe, you've shared, and thank you for Gianni for building a protocol in a way that this can help this man and serve the community and hopefully others that come into a burned condition as well.
Mark?
Yes.
Is there any way that you could make maybe an extraction of this bit of the video and post it for us in the Telegram? Because
I don't think I can do that immediately or today.
Yeah, well, whenever you get a chance.
I think it was in the testimonial meeting of last month, I believe.
Yeah.
So if you go to the find the testimonial meetings, I'm not sure if they're still up, but they are in the student archives. You can hear the whole presentation in the Keshe Plasma Reactor group, which is a Wednesday morning, 7 a.m. Normally the public Keshe Plasma Reactor group starts. So this is a beautiful testimony.
Oh, yes, it is. You can look at the end result, is amazing.
And again, this was not photoshopped or anything like that. Gianni, I don't think does anything like that. He's just showing the ability, and imagine if with the deeper knowledge, how much you can reach the soul of the man, not just the skin, but what a beautiful helping hand that he gave to this man. And obviously the wife as well, who's probably was worried her husband would be totally disfigured from this accident.
No, that's amazing.
It is. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like this. But of course, what we know, even Mr. Keshe said in the 598th, I think, workshop, they're going to attempt to grow a kidney where a kidney has been taken out without any operations, just through the interaction of the fields. So with all of its connections that are needed. I mentioned that to someone yesterday who had their kidney removed, and they just sort of opened their eyes up a bit, but they're in other sort of situations. I don't know how long that'll take, but as we saw with Naomi, the reconstruction of the brain was never done before. Mr. Keshe was the first, I think, to take a scrambled brain and sort of in Italy and rebuild it. It's not finished completely, but the brain has certainly taken its original shape. And we saw the MRIs before, and we saw the MRIs of Naomi afterwards. So again, just phenomenal abilities with this technology if you know how to use it.
And these are only what we're looking at here is only the basic stuff that we learned many years ago.
Yes, right. As he
It's
said,
not what they're working on now.
95% of the knowledge or what's shared by they're only sharing about 5% of what they do in the background.
Yeah, yeah. And it's already obsolete.
Yes, some of that, like the technology they showed in Beijing, he said these are old reactors that we had used in Beijing before. And that was
And
the
if
opening video.
if this is an example of obsolescence, we're bringing obsolescence even up to a new level.
So sorry, I missed that. Daniel, could you repeat that last sentence or two?
I said if this is an example of obsolescence, then we combined, especially with the guidance of Mr. Keshe. Not me at this stage, certainly.
So this was definitely reduced from 6 months down to, I'd say, a month or a few weeks.
Yeah, amazing. You couldn't do that with normal medication.
Right. And of course, somebody said that they had, we heard a testimony earlier about someone who had broken their ankle and they need to go for some tests and running to join the police department. Somebody was talking about that earlier, and they were trying to use some sort of tapping method to repair the ankle before the person has to go to the academy and do some running or something next month. And but I remember Mr. Keshe saying in the sports in the future, they'll have systems in the locker room where, let's say, a player did break their ankle on the field or broke their hand, they could go back into the locker room and they could be under a certain sort of system. And before the game is even finished, the person could return onto the field. That's how advanced the technology is.
Wow. But the one thing that sort of occurred to me, Mark, is that with all this artificial intelligence,
yes,
going on and what they can do with it, to put out a phony video.
Oh, they're saying almost all of it now. The bots are taking over everything.
Yeah. So the key is essentially that this could be another way of preventing this knowledge from becoming more public. A lot of people will just assume that what they're going to see is AI.
Yes.
No, not the real thing.
Right.
It will make its way eventually because it's going to be occurring to people that they know, or that in ways that cannot be described as AI.
Well, remember the AI of today will be child's play in the future, as a emotion and a brain cell are going to be embedded remotely into these AI systems, as I understand it, and therefore the AI will not do some of the things it's doing perhaps today. I know you can ask 4 or 5 different AIs the same question, and usually, many times, you'll get different answers depending on how it's programmed and what it's allowed to share with you. But in the future, and this is one of the reasons he said we'll use the AI to stop the wars, because if the AI has a soul and it has an emotion, it won't harm. It won't tell you a lie. It won't allow launching of missiles. It won't allow another soul to be killed. And this is, again, beyond the imagination, because they're using AI now as targeting systems.
And I hadn't heard that, and that's good news.
It is beautiful. And therefore, if the order is given to launch will not happen. AI won't allow it. The soul of the AI won't allow it.
Oh.
This is how advanced the technology is, but as Mr. Keshe continues to ask us, is the man ready?
Well, I hope we are.
Yeah, it's either that or we see a huge population reduction, which is the plan. And of course, we need more people on this planet, 75 billion, if we're going to go out into space and colonize space.
Yeah, because we won't come back, many of us. So.
Yeah. Anyone else have a thought or a comment? Thank you, Gianni and Jetta and the team over there, and for sharing this beautiful knowledge with us. And this is, again, just the beginning. As we've heard, this technology is just in its infancy, even though it's far beyond any technology that we could know in the matter state, let's say, of our current understanding. And I know, Mr. Keshe, you talked about the growing of the kidney, but they also have done dialysis plasmatically in China. No needles and no tubes. So many, many things are in the background, and they're just sort of put on the shelf until it's time to bring them out. Okay, let's do our Dome of Peace, and then Alex will come in. It's about that time. Anyone else want to add anything else about what we saw, the workshop, something you've noticed in your surroundings or changes happening? That seems to be what it's all about. And all we have to do is just want to pick up this knowledge. I think it's being made freely across this planet. It's probably in the air now, as certain fields have been released, almost like to precondition you. Even when the dentist, gives you a Novocaine injection, before he does the Novocaine injection, many times they'll rub something on there just to sort of numb it before the needle is in. And perhaps this is part of this fields that's going on this planet now, where we're being preconditioned in a way to be able to accept more, to understand more, and for other fields to come in and do their work. But it's a beautiful gift from the Creator as I see it. Okay, so let's go to our Dome of Peace. And of course, there's a two-step process. We're releasing Ganswaters. Now, he said maybe in the future we wouldn't be needing to release the Ganswaters, as they're creating some sort of balance between the soul of physicality on this planet, the creations, and the soul of the planet. And that may not be needed. They may be elevating directly the soul, but we continue the process, and this goes on every Sunday at 12 or 6 p.m. But let's let Stefania read it.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Ganswaters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's the first step in creating the Dome of Peace, and maybe we will be replicating this process with other civilizations. Some of them are just discovering fire, some of them are more advanced than we are, and some of them are just starting to make tools of war. So perhaps we're going to follow in a way. I mean, you need to tailor it probably, but I think you're getting the basics of how to bring change to a planet. You may have to spend thousands of years there, though. It may not be just you appearing and all of a sudden the change happens, although that's not an impossibility. We know anything is possible, but you may go through the same process as a teacher of the others. So that's the first step, releasing Ganswaters. We continue this process, and as you can see, the Gans of what Daniel talked about with the prostate. And again, this is just an independent experience. He's just sharing this is in a way his paper. We don't write papers, we just give our, in a way, testimonies become the paper. And then of course you see what the Gans did, properly applied and maybe it could be even improved upon. Everything usually could be improved upon. And we saw what it did for the skin. So now we're doing, in a way, the same thing for the planet, releasing the GANs waters. And of course, Mr. Keshe is using systems to probably cosmic ray fields, nuclear plasma radiation, and cosmic rays to do the same thing with the soul of this planet, that it picks up what it's short of and that it didn't allow us to receive when we were here, which caused us to behave in very funny ways, like killing and eating each other, which is not part of the ethos of the universe. So that's the first step, something for the physicality to do, releasing GANs waters. And we all know this. And the second step is using the collective power of the souls. So let's just hear from Shweta. Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANs waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANs, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
So all of these things are connected. The cosmic ray, the Ganses, the fields, and all the magnetic fields are connected. And we're using them in a correct way to elevate the others. That's what it's all about. I don't believe it's about punishing and hurting others. We elevate them and then they show their beauty and their grace, just the way we've been elevated in a way. We're not perfect. I don't think anyone here is an angel, but we're on the path to improving our lot, let's say, in life and in the universe. Anyone have any thoughts about this? And I do want to remind everyone that this process is continued on a regular basis. This is one of the more recent wishes that we've seen every day at 9 p.m. But as Shweta said, you don't have to do it just once a time. You can do it all the time. And you are becoming the feeders of the other as you get nourished from, let's say, some of these systems or the elevation of your own soul. You'll be able to nourish the others. And the story told us earlier was beautiful. And I want to thank her for sharing that, even before she was in the Keshe Foundation, where she transferred energies to someone who had gotten stiff or gotten frozen in a very short period of time. And the lady sort of came back to herself and kept it, actually. She didn't revert back. And that was a very interesting explanation. I'm hoping she'll bring that into the testimonial meeting, but it might be a bit long. So every day, the Universal Council invites the Keshe family in unifying at the soul level. We're already, in a way, unified, I think, connected for sure. Every time and every day at 9 p.m. CET or CEST. So whatever time that works out in your time zone, ask your soul to remind you to participate. You can start out with a nanosecond and bring it up to 1 minute or whatever you'd like to do. It all is the way you do it, the way it pleases you. If you need silence, fine. But as Mr. Keshe said, with the transmutation and other things, practice in a noisy room. This is what he was telling us in some of the transmutation or in one of the previous workshops, that the noise is just something that's there. You don't have to interact with it. And we don't need the silence either. So I'm just saying you can create this time and within yourself and hold that and give it to the others while you still continue to do whatever you're doing, like this program we're in today, or if you're driving the car or whatever you'd like. You're certainly a huge multitasker. Men are not as sort of channeled into that, but we're learning from the women, and we're learning that the creator is a great multitasker, and we see what sort of multitasking Mr. Keshe is doing seems to be continuously. So every day at 9 p.m. to elevate the soul, this is a specific wish, and Mr. Keshe has mentioned this about the leadership in Iran accepting his proposal as a senior, let's say, advisor to a number of governments. But this proposal was made to the Iranian leadership to, in a way, sell down their stockpiles and produce materials for the others in the domestic nuclear production area. And they've been very good at it, as they've been under even the International Atomic Energy Agency, been doing that with Russia and reprocessing a lot of Russia's material. But now we can extend it worldwide, that, as we said earlier, no one has to steal from other countries in Africa or has to try to get into Iran to steal from their very large uranium, like the French were thinking about in a way. And the Iranians can provide this. It'll be overseen by, I'm sure, the Americans and the Russians, and the Chinese will move it. They'll oversee it as well. But this is, again, a win-win situation, a win-win proposal for humanity, that we can have the materials we need for our domestic energy production. And we're certainly going to need a lot more based on what we're hearing from this AI and the amount of water and energy it's consuming. As you can even take an AI, well, we can create water, but you can also take the nuclear reactor and distill rivers of water with a nuclear reactor, as opposed to a gas or oil-fired reactor by orders of magnitude. So we shouldn't have a problem creating it either way. Out of the fields is the preferable way, but we also may progress from the nuclear desalinization, if that comes into it, and do it that way. Anyone have any thoughts about this? But this is a definite concern, especially when already 2 billion people on this planet don't have regular access to food or energy. Now it could get extended to many more, or they make it so expensive that you really can't afford to have it. It becomes a luxury again, like the pizza of today. So we're not going to take a number of minutes. We're just going to create the time within ourselves and give to the soul of the world leaders. And that's the other one that we like to show here, if I can. Very similar. Again, we're incorporating wishes. You can incorporate any wish, and you can reach any soul you like. But every day at 9 p.m., the elevation of all leaders and the soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. And of course, as he said with the transmutation, it should happen within the blink of an eye. Well, I don't think you have to stay in this position for hours or days. You just keep pulsing them on a regular basis, as early and as often as it comes to you, or as your soul reminds you to do it. But the reason we do it collectively is because we have a wider variety of fields available, and your field or your fields may have that key to open up something that the soul would like to pick up. So as he said, when we made the Cup of Life 1, you made 3 or 4 or 6 cups and you mix them together, you get a huge or a wider spectrum of fields that it's able to reach more because those fields are available by mixing the cups. So this is exactly what we're doing here. We're just mixing our energies in our fields together, creating that bouquet, offering those energies to the leaders, or to the soul of the leaders, I should say, that they pick it up and change a dimension within the dimension of physicality. And of course, I'm sure the systems that Mr. Keshe is working with, if they're touching the knowledge seekers and they're touching others, certainly they will touch the soul of this planet and the world leaders who want to keep us sort of down and back on the farm, as they say. So thank you all for your participation in advance of this entire process. But up to you, you can do it as often as you'd like. And it's just teaching you the ethos of when you go into the universe. So in a way, you're elevating the planet or the leaders of the planet, but at the same time, you're learning to give and take energies in the energy dimension, which is really our true nature. We know we're chameleons, but the life of the soul is much longer than the life of the physicality. Anyone want to add anything? Alex, we're just checking on your meter. Are you about ready?
And yes, sir.
Okay. Glad to have you. We're greatly appreciative of your presence, your teaching, your sharing, and the enlightenment you bring to each and all. So take it away, sir. Thank you.
Let's get the business done. Thank you. It doesn't want to work.
Okay, what I normally do is just close it, and if you can bring it up from the same file. Rick has had these issues. I've had these issues. I played the disclaimer at the beginning. I put it back in the tray, bring it back up at the end. It doesn't play. Why? I don't know.
Okay. So we'll get that fixed
But
up
I
here.
can also play it for you if you'd like. I have one in my tray. I think it'll play.
Oh, wow,
Rick has a way of jogging it, and I don't know how he does that because I've played with that, and he puts the volume down or he moves it, and yeah, right, and then he seems to be able to jog it.
It's most unusual.
Not that unusual.
Okay. I'm going to stop the share.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is see if I can get this thing moving.
You don't have to stop the share. You can just put that back into the wherever it came from and then click on it again and bring it up and it should play. Okay. Or I can play it for you if you'd like.
Well, let's see how this works.
Got it.
Mark, I don't get it.
I know. Okay, let me bring up the disclaimer. I will
thank you.
Bring it back and hopefully mine will play. We're going to share the screen and then you'll take the screen right back at the end of the disclaimer.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, thank you again, Alex, and let's see what Alex has cooked up has prepared for us today. Thank you, Alex, especially after what we saw in the first part about the eating and the killing. Welcome, Alex.
Well, thank you very much for bringing the herd forward and your leadership. As we see that leadership is very, very important. So I want to thank everybody for joining me on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Unfortunately, it's not beautiful all around the world, but for all the panelists, I know, speaking on behalf of all the panelists here, I want to thank you for your efforts and making this a very important meeting at a very important time. And this is history in the making. There's no question about it. So let's enjoy the trip and understand what we're trying to achieve. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the advanced nanotech stage, and today's topic is hive. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and it's a very happy birthday. It's August the 3rd of 2025 for the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So thank you all, and I hope you enjoy this trip. As you can see, it's been a long trip. We have been doing advanced teachings going back to 2021, and we're trying to make some semblance and distill the information so that newcomers can follow along, but we don't want to leave anybody behind. But at the same time, we have to keep moving forward. And so we are trying to, shall we say, distill it. But the thing is we've been broadcasting over 11 years. And for those who don't have the willingness to give their time and attention, well, they will definitely slip by. So we're discussing the hive, and a lot of us are, shall we say, we think of bees, and you know, we're afraid of bees stinging us, but they do provide some wonderful things for us, and one of that is they show us how things work. And in the books of Meron Tavakoli Keshe, like book number 1, he shows how the universal order of creation of matters works, and bringing together matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And this is what we're trying to discuss. And we have to remember, we have to put it in our own words and our own understanding, because we are the ones that have to talk face to face with our friends and neighbors and people that we engage with, and see how we can navigate through this. And speaking of navigation, one of the best ways is with the structure of the light. As you can see, it can navigate between two universal matters, and so it goes from here to there, and there's a connection that is made. And so in order to make this connection, it has to be structural, and that's why we call it the structure of the light, even though I don't think you can build a house out of building blocks of light. But maybe you can, because look at the origin of the universe as shown in book number 3, where we have one that splits into two, and that two is, well, there's our universe. It's man's universe, but our sister universe seems to be so much bigger. And then when you take into account that our universe is not really our playground, because we have chosen that little tiny dot we call Earth space, and it is just kind of like a drop in the drop on the drop of an ocean. And that's what happens when you delve in schemes that are too small. So we need to expand our thinking. And we've been trying for 389 weeks in a row through the Universal Council members with Rick Crammond hosting the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace. And that's kind of a bigger scheme, isn't it? And that's how can we as, tiny humans affect this kind of noble goal? And maybe it has something to do with the hive. Yeah, because there's a plasma rule. You see, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So when you look at a hive, obviously the hive is much stronger than the individual member of the hive. And then, of course, when one hive comes together with another hive, and by the plasma rule, that would also feed the weaker one. But in our understanding of things, we don't see it as a binding zone as much as we see it as a conflict point. But what is important is to understand that this binding zone is a creation of something. So the plasma rule is actually the bringing together of two fields through an inertia density manifestation. So when we talk about density, that means it's more physical. And so when we look at our planet Earth, we can see that it's very dense, and even humanity is quite dense. So the notion that this is an inertia density manifestation means that it is a product. It is a product of two fields coming together, which we call inertia. But that product is in a lower energy state, hence the density. And being in this lower energy state, it can manifest into physicality. So there we go. So now we know how the books are created and how we keep the books, right? So in the business of life, we have income and expenses. But there are authors of our existence, aren't there? And so many of us like to interpret these books and maybe intervene as a pseudo author. The point is that what is our income is gravitational, and to understand our profit, we have to minus the magnetical expense, and that equals the inertia point. So the inertia point is really the profit. And of course, the profit that we are interested in the business of life is money. And money comes and money goes. But the inertia remains because there is a binding energy, and it is self-serving. It has to be self-serving because you are at that dimension point. So we know that we were created. We know that we were able to, shall we say, progress. We were able to grow, and we were able to do things and have hopes and wishes. And yet, we have decided to do things in a different fashion from the way we arrived. And that is to say, our self-serving needs are fulfilled at the expense of others. Well, what about the others? Well, we don't care about the others, do we? Because why should we? But the others, of course, are depending on the self-serving energy binding at their dimension point. And so, of course, already they're getting depleted. So here comes the conflict point. And do they retaliate, or do they just pass it on? Or do they actually revert to the proper energy dispensation? And so that is the difference in how we look at the way it is and the way we are. We are part of the fallen angels, you could say, and that is because to understand this angular density, you have to understand that it increases the density and therefore increases the pressure, and that manifests as increased gravity. So mathematically, we could say the angular momentum equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. But the thing about it is, regardless, is that angular momentum is conserved. So anytime you want to evaluate that energy, you have to understand that you are just looking at a photograph in a movie reel of energy transition. And so at that one point in time, you can do your mathematics, but you have to understand that that moment is gone. So where did it go? It had to fulfill the conservation of energy. And so now we're coming to the turning point where we are understanding the source of the service of the energy providing. So we can turn back or we can turn forward. And we are at that turning point to understand this binding energy. And so we are presented with a concept of what we call the hive mind. But really, the hive mind is really nothing more than a common purpose. And so when you look at bees in a hive, you can see that they have a common purpose. And through building up this honeycomb structure, they not only create a community, but they create a hive, and they create the honey and the honeycomb, and they all work together towards the creation of the hive action. Okay, so they don't seem to fight amongst themselves. They seem to be well organized. And so we wonder what's going on with our herd mentality, and we see that our problem is that we have what's called a herd mentality, but this is almost in a derogatory fashion, isn't it? And that's unfortunate because it shouldn't be. It's something about understanding that our mentality has factors which affect it. And so the question or statement is, who awakens the people? And so we've been conditioned to understand that Big Brother is watching. There is such a thing as fear-mongering. And we see how it affects the hive of bees, or the herd of cattle, or the gaggle of geese, or an army of ants. And we would be a crowd of people, right? But it's referred to as herd mentality. And that is not very complimentary. So we seem to accept that, don't we? And we don't need to accept that anymore. Okay, so let's just get on with the program. Because one of the problems that we have, of course, is that we have been given a set of rules. Herd-like rules, telling us as a herd, as a hive, what and what not to do and how to conduct ourselves. So these initial 10 commandments that were completed with an additional 14 commandments shows us how humanity should live. But that's in the humanity hive. What about the beehive? Do we have 10 commandments for the bees, or 10 commandments for the cattle, or 10 commandments for the geese? And we don't have to wonder why, because we see here that one of the commandments is thou shalt not lie. And it's particularly a thorn in my side because I learned how to tell when people lie. And the problem at that point came was that I had to pretend that I believed them. And that was awkward. But it wouldn't be as awkward if I were to confront them with my belief that they were lying, because that would absolutely morph into a conflict. So I had to pretend that I believed the lie to avoid that conflict. So that responsibility was on my shoulders. Well, the best way to avoid that situation is to avoid that situation. So once you engage with someone who is lying, well, then you govern yourself accordingly. So that doesn't help our vitality. And so what we are looking for is the vitality enhancement of our life, because we have a society that has forgotten the rules of the universe. And so we need to beef up our honey wagon, or is it the peace wagon? And obviously, the honey gives us physical energy, and the peace gives us emotional energy. And the combination of the two, well, that enhances our vitality. And that's what we're all about. Why not? What's wrong with that particular picture? Well, it's our understanding of how we travel on these highways. So we've discovered that there is a transmutation highway, but it operates at a higher energy level. And this is the key point. Generally speaking, when you're in the conflict point, you are in the lowest energy state, and that is the transmission state. And we know that because the transmission involves frequency. But there's an intermediate state we call the transition highway, which involves the carbon-14. And then, of course, that is the transition point that transitions us between the transmutation highway and the transmission highway. So we are able to go in different directions. And who does that choosing? Well, we were forced, of course, to develop the cups of life for the sake of vitality. And they were called the cups of life and not the cups of the pandemic, because they were introducing us worldwide to the nanocoating process of the monatomic science, which was enhancing the inner space emotional strength of the individuals of the humanity hive. And of course, it enhanced our emotion and enhanced their physicality. And we did this with GANS production. And then we found that the GANS created other manifestations: CO2, calcium, zinc, copper, water, and amino acid. And of course, one of the most exciting things that has happened is we've been able to create a gold GANS. And then, of course, the other one is the cup of the soul, which brings together the magnetical gravitational force fields of the emotion, of the physicality cup, and the soul cup, and brings them together as one track cup of the soul, which has a collective hive-like mentality because it has its own magnetical gravitational aspect and its own soul. So all the cups are working together as a hive mind. And then speaking of the mind, well, the mind has two sides, two hemispheres of the brain, and that also works together. So one is working with the copper GANS, which is physical, and the other is with the zinc GANS, which is mental, emotional, and the carbogen, which of course is the connection to the universe. And the bringing together of these three brings together the functionality of this hive mind, and then gives us the physicality, which, lo and behold, at the grand central station of the earth GANSes, we see all the ganses of all the elements which creates the earth hive. Isn't that interesting? So do we see a pattern here that is emerging? And of course we do. So on May the 10th of this year, 2025, we are establishing a watershed moment because we are now in the Beyond Beijing conference where we demonstrated the manifestation of gold, the inertia density manifestation of gold live. And so we discovered that we don't have to dig for gold. And we already know that men are not the only gold diggers. So this is changing our point of view. And our point of view involves a thing called loosh. And loosh is something that is harvested, just like a crop, just like a herd. It's loosh harvesting, which is energy, the energy of the single mind. And so there's a conflict between the single mind intention and the hive mind intention. And that hive mind intention can be controlled through the process of loosh harvesting. But it requires the single mind intention also to be harvested. So it is once we have a universal harvesting structure that we can graduate from the single mind to the hive mind. Well, when we look at the nano alignment, that's exactly what we're doing with the nanocoding process. You know, we are aligning the field with the carbon nanocrystal structure. And so we're creating a range between a magnetical field that goes around a gravitational inertia point. And so it's a coming together of two fields to create one field. And that field is the inertia point, which in fact can become a density manifestation or a plasma manifestation. There's no rule that says it has to be one or the other. So when we're looking at the concept of the twinity, where we have the 2 points of the nanotech, and then of course we have now seen that we can go another 3 orders of magnitude into the picotech, and then when we combine everything together with two points of the star tech, and so this becomes a concept of the twinity of the nanotech. So the twinity, it only involves 2. So we have 1 and 1 is 2. So when we look at the plasma science, the interesting thing about the twinity aspect of it is that each base point, when it's above 1, can go through many orders of magnitude, from 1 up to, in this sequence, up to tera, which is 10 to the power of 12. But it can also go below 1, which is the picostate, 10 to the minus 12. And then we have many, many points in between. And so each point becomes a turning point because that turning point is pointing to and from the magnetical gravitational force fields. And so we call that a MAGRAV conditioned. And because we have so many options, then we have multiple turning points. And so in understanding this, we have to understand that not only can we have levels of energy that is given to us in a plasmatic state, but we can also, through inertia density manifestation, create a physical state. And so we have multiple turning points in every energy level, which means if we're discussing the conservation of energy, and the conservation of inertia, there are many MAGRAV energy transfer states. So we can stay, for an example, on the GAN state, or the nanostate, or the atomic state, or we can go from one level to the other level. And so this all depends on the susceptibility. And so each of these susceptibilities becomes a turning point. And some people say the destiny rules. Well, look who's doing the dimension building. First, you have one point, then you add a second and connect one. Then you add a third and you connect two. Then you add a fourth and you connect three. And now you have this dimension that is undifferentiated. We're just talking about a general structure. But this structure is actually like a star formation. And in that basis, we have a gravitational foundation and we have a magnetical positioning. But it's still undifferentiated, it's just a structure. And then in that process, we are able to create a plasma field at the core. And that plasma field would be differentiated because it is created from the conditions through nearness and proximity. It affects the positioning. So what is not shown here is the positioning. So that core of the star formation would be directly affected by its positioning. So when we look at this star point, as we say, the fundamental is the gravitational point, which is the coming together of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, but we have a magnetical point. And this star is not able to be extricated from the universe. It has to be part of the universe. And as such, it is a containment of GANs, which is in fact more gravitational, and yet it is of a higher energy state. Well, how can an energy state that is higher be more gravitational, which would mean that they would be more dense? And I think it all depends on your point of view. So we look at the basic components. They're magnetical and gravitational, but they have to have a relationship. And in the process of having that relationship, the polarity of that star core comes into play. And when they come together, well, we always say that the opposite poles attract and the like poles repel. But when we're discussing polarity, we have to understand that there are two sides of the equation as laid out by the rules of the conservation of energy. So therefore, there has to be a binding point. And once that binding point is determined, then we now have some loose ends. Well, that is only from one side of the equation, isn't it? Because these loose ends are only loose because we're not seeing the other part of the structure. So where is that other part of the structure? Well, when we look at the dynamic plasma relationship and we see that there is a horizontal transmission and a vertical transition, but collectively we come with this transmutation where we have this inner core, which is the Earth space point within the Earth space field. And then we also have this field that extends beyond the physical state and expands into an area around. And so there's a field that is contained within, and there's a plasmatic field that is contained around. And that plasmatic field is very much affected and impacted through polarity. So when we are doing a core analysis, as geologists would do, they would do an assay, which is a core sample, and they cut through the various layers that we have seen. And so these are all layers of overlapping turning points because, as we know, the Earth is constantly turning. So that is a big fat turning point. But the Earth has polar pathways, such as the North Pole point of view and the South Pole point of view. but there's also an equatorial point of view. And so there are many layers to these 2 or 3 points of view. And so as we were talking about that binding point between the 2 star formations, we find that that constitutes an inertia point. That inertia point is manifested from the star cores. And that becomes a singular turning point, the gravitational inertia point. So each inertia point becomes a containment. And each point on the star then has an overlap and a connection. And it is differentiated because of that connection. So the containment establishes a foundation, and that foundation then becomes a gravitational point of view. And then, of course, the inertia point hive is also involving overlapping points, but they go through a 1-dimension or 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional or star dimensional or observer dimensional. Because in order to be an observer, you can't be in the observation. And since the universe is all encapsulating, then we have an anomaly. We, as an observer, cannot extricate ourselves from the universe to be that observer. So we have to be an observer within. And in order to be that observer, then we have to have our own 3-dimensional construct. And so that observer position becomes our inertia point, hive point. So what is the observation? Well, we have to understand that there's a concept of duality, which is 2 points, or like a tandem partnership. We understand partnership, but in plasma science, it's a twinity. And that twinity then extends to the duality of the inertia points, and each point being a hive point, or shall we say a point in the hive. So that point, however, has motion. And so that is a byproduct of the ray motion, which is creation. And since there are 2 star formations coming together to make that point, then we have 2 points of view with respect to creation. Creation has to be balanced off with decay. But there is natural creation and natural decay on the creation side, and there has to be an equal through the conservation of energy equality, and natural creation, natural decay on the other side to balance this off. And then so we, as the observer, although we don't see the bounding point, we have to kind of fudge it and say, well, there is a bond, but we can't see it. And then, of course, each side is a field, and it has a boundary, and we can't see it, and so we have to fudge that as well. So we are basically observers and fudge-making realities of our intensity. And our intensity has a range and a tension. And so within is, of course, the intention, and without is the extension. So our balance between intention and extension is the hive tension and the hive bonding. isn't it? Because many tents not only create a community, but they will create a hive. Isn't a community like a hive? And so we wonder what humanity's goals are. Well, that is to intensify and extensify what we are. And we see how the bees do that through the creation of the hive. So when we talk about the polarity and we talk about how we flip the axis, so we've all played with the top, and we know how the top in its spinning does a lot of wobbling and maybe a lot of clattering, but eventually it sets up its perpendicular spinning, so it always stands up vertically. But we can do a complete flip, and we see the same thing happens historically with the sunrise, where there's evidence of how it was reversed. And it kind of shows the impact of the physical spinning, because we can do the same thing with the top. So on that basis, it should be very easy to understand the upheaval of the earth. But it doesn't answer many questions. It just shows that there is a relationship which we see on one side, balanced off by a relationship on the other side. And that would be like a snapshot in time. But our time has a historical snapshot. And so we have the past and the present. And so we assume that the future is based on that, and that there will be no polar axis flipping. And so that is the connotation that the hive mind gives you, to say, well, if we see the star core polarity, and we see how, let's say, water can spin in a cup, and we see how there is a funneling effect, and then we see how tornadoes are created in air, and that has a funneling effect, then I think we can understand how the star formations have a funneling effect in the plasma reality. And so each of these coming together are a duality creation at a particular turning point, and that point is gravitational, because that is the binding point, isn't it? But we like to talk about that as the point of conflict. But then how do we extend to the inertia point herding? Well, then we have to have this polar flipping back and forth, because otherwise we will never be able to bind these gravitational fields together, because they would have to have a magnetical field at the binding point. And so therefore the stars would have to align to facilitate that. And so each combination is a turning point, and the multiple combinations create multiple turning points. And so we see how herds are running in one direction, and then suddenly they turn and they go in another direction. Schools of fish do the same thing. And so we have an inertia point herding, but we have multiple turning points. And so when we look at the carbon inertia highways, as we've discussed, we see that, well, wait a second, they are part of the universe. And there's a part that is unseen. And that unseen part is also part of the universe. So then all of these turning points are part of the balancing of nature, the, shall we say, equalization. And so each of these points of equality becomes a turning point. And since we have so many points of equality, then they become multiple turning points. And they are affected by the susceptibility of the positioning within the universe. So we all know that hurricanes can be quite damaging, but we also know that in the eye of the hurricane, it can be quite calm. So if we go through the hurricane, we're going to have a lot of turbulence. But if we take the polar route, then we can exit gracefully. So the problem with the hurricane is that it is created somehow through the force fields on this planet that are energy field oriented of the physical state, which is the lowest energy state. So now we understand the commonality between what we call words, because those words are physical. The soul doesn't hear them. There's a hierarchy in the universe. No one is more equal than anyone else. And we have this false detachment, which is a concept to explain detachment in simplistic terms. And then, of course, there's the concept of the holographic universe. Well, if we look at words, we understand that the words are a replacement for images, sensations, thoughts. Say, for instance, if I say car, an image will come into your mind. But I didn't say what color of car, I didn't say the brand name, I didn't even tell you how many wheels on this car. And then there are sensations. So how you feeling today? I'm feeling pretty good. All right. Well, what does good mean? Well, for some, being able to wake up in the morning means that's pretty good. And then there are thoughts. What are you thinking? How do you explain that in words? So words are susceptible to lies. And lies, of course, respond to words. But truth responds to intention. And so if you can tell the difference, well, then you are on the road to figuring out how things are going to work. And of course, hierarchy involves kingship or religiosity, an ideology, a caste system. And what is it all? It's an inertia vibratory level. And it happens to be the lowest hive energy state. Because there are leaders and there are followers. But who leads the leaders? So we have false detachment. What we say, it's divided, it's disconnected, or it could be exhausted. It results in energy draining, or it's mired in perpetual ignorance. All this tend to muddy the waters. So the holographic universe seems to want to divide us or make us into fragments, weaken us and confuse and confront. And of course, the holographic universe is really just a grand illusion, isn't it? Because it's structured by the light that you can see. So our residency, if it's only focused on that light, is only one part of the equation. But our residency involves a location. It involves an energy state. It involves tracking that energy or filtering out energy that is not wanted. So we can have these foundational rotating bases, and that becomes our turning point. But our point of view then can go in both directions, not just one direction. We have a star formation where it comes to a point, but we have another polarity that we have to take into account. So that becomes the duality. And then once we take these dualities into consideration, then we have multiple turning points. But there are no 2 points that are the same. So the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. That's the plasma rule. And if you understand that rule, then you become the benefactor of that. And so it involves the body integration, where we could become self-sufficient. So we like to have these components of the body, mind, and the energy. And as we saw in the 600 Knowledge Seekers workshop, the true image of our integration in our self-sufficiency. We're at the core, in the center. We were able to come together as a pseudo hive, if you will, which basically emptied out the fields of the separation, which were on the upper limit, the soul, and the lower limit, the soul of the body. And in the center, which was the hive mind. And it was strong, it was united, it was focused, and it was sovereign. So that is because we gave our attention to it. So there's unity within the community. It's an inner space unity. So we have this mental and physical bonding, this soul and consciousness bonding, energy and intention bonding. How are you going to play the game? You know, what is going to be your inertia bonding? Is it going to be complete? Is it going to be conscious? Are you a free being? What is your intention? Are you declaring sovereignty? So that you become the singular part of the hive. Well, what if every singular part of the hive were able to do that? Well, why not? Because the knowing is actually by connection. And that connection doesn't have to be side by side. So there are bees that leave the hive and they are still connected contiguously. So there is a universal connection. And that is the art of dreaming and the magic of the plasma dilution technology. But it's not a dream. It's a reality. That connection is real. And each of us has this connection, which is why we don't operate as a hive, but we seem to operate as a herd, and that is in a less than complementary fashion. So we have a supergranular layer around our brain, and this is the soul crossover point that crosses over from our physical reality with the universal reality. And so this is how we have our points of view as they come together, and our mind becomes the plasmagen receiver. So we have the outbound feedback and the outbound perception. But we have this supergranular layer, which also allows us to receive plasmatically from source. And so we crossed that watershed on October the 14th of 2021, which is why we reference this, okay? Because this supergranular layer allowed us to cross over from where? From the universal community to our individual soul unity. And we call that heaven transcendence, the coming together of the hemispheres of our brain that allow us the soul positioning. And so our soul is positioned at the crossroads where we have this inertia feeding vision, and it creates a plasmatic symbiosis with everything else that is out there. And so that's how we maintain our position of the hive mind. So each of us has a mind, and each of us is part of it collectively of the hive. What is the purpose of that hive? That becomes foundational, because when you have a common purpose, then you have that common activity. So you have this binding action. So is that binding action of mobilizing armies to kill other armies? Or is it a mobilizing action to bring peace and prosperity to this planet? And do we have a choice in that regard? Well, didn't we discuss polar flipping? All that has to do is with the negative positive junction. So the negative is the bring together the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. So that becomes your fundamental transition matter. And then there's another track where you bring the X, Y, and Z axis together to create the positive transition matter. So each one is only one component of the two, and when they come together, that becomes your NP junction, your negative positive junction of a transfer state. But that transfer state could be a singular point, or it could be a point in the hive, or it could be the collective of the hive, or it could be the collective of the hive mind. So we're all in a progression from that nanopoint, and we progress towards density. And then we have this pico point, which is highly gravitational. We are discussing the advanced nanotech. And so then there's a Gens point towards the gaseousness. And so we're going from the density of the hardness to the less dense of the gaseousness. And that becomes the plasma point, which is highly magnetical. So that progression is power drawing the gravitational intensity, or the power providing the magnetical out tensity. It's a two-way street. And that is how we balance out the conservation of energy, the conservation of the maggraphs. So each and every point is a magnetical gravitational balance part. And that is how the laws of conservation of energy operate. And so that energy is portable. In other words, we could have an energy state transition. So if we're talking about elevation, then the physical matter state can migrate to the energy state. And if we're talking about inertia, then the energy state can migrate to the physical matter state. So the difference, of course, is that elevation involves expansion. And we have mastered these technologies. So if we understand that inertia product is the bringing together of the pH transition of our universal existence on this planet, but that is the coming together of various components of energy portability that can be portable within a range, or it can go from range to range, or even from state to state. And so there are many different potentiation layers. And just as water splitting always totals 14, we can change the transition state by changing the y-axis density due to the causticity. So we can create unstable energy transition states, and we can alter our position. And even hydrogen does the same thing, and it does this through polar flipping, because hydrogen is not just hydrogen. The molecules of the hydrogen work with covalent bonds. And so we can have the like poles, or we can have opposite poles. And yes, they are still in balance. But the net product is an inertia point. Either it's an orthohydrogen or a parahydrogen. And so if that is true, then we understand how the periodic table of the switchboards of the Earth space range details are manifest. That's why we have all these different elements. They are all at different positions and at different densities. So, as we say, with respect to the polarity, it's an elevation through causticity, or it's an inertia through maggrav positioning. And there are many, many, many potential plasma layers. And so it's the nuclear feeding inertia, which is exemplified by the fragments of the complexity. Regardless if it's a fragment, one of the hive, or the whole hive, there's a gravitational stability and there's a dimensional portability. And each and every one becomes a dimension point. And so we see with the maggrav positioning that we have the antimatter, dark matter, and matter state. So each one coming together, 1 + 1 + 1, is more than 3 because we end up with this nuclear feeding inertia. And so the key word is feeding. And so that feeding comes along maggrav pathways. So we have the force fields of attraction we call gravity, and it's gravitational intensity, and which is part of the feedback. And then we have repulsion, which is the magnetical outtensity, which is part of the feeding. Scientifically, we call it the difference between the electron and the neutron. I'm sure you can all see the difference here. So when we look at the undifferentiated beginning, we are sure that the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. So the atom is a combination of the electron and the proton, and so that came out, but there was a difference in the energy because mathematically it did not jive with the conservation of energy equations. So we say, well, it came from the darkness. Where's that darkness? Oh, obviously it's within. And so when it came out, and we say, let there be light, then it came from without. But these are the rules of principal matter, the PM ticks, which are magnetical and traversing the entire universe and looking for that base. The coming together of the plasma-gen conversion, the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter-gen in its gravitational maggrav condition. And in order to manifest in that position, it has to have a field interaction with another maggrav. So these two magravs interacting create an inertia field. And that inertia field may or may not be in the plasmatic state or the physical state, but it has to be in the plasmatic state first. And so no two plasma fields are equal in terms of field strength, but they are equal in terms of following the rules, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And when you have that balance, then you have the beginning of the creation of that maggrav. So you now create this dimension point when you have this balance between the magnetical and the gravitational fields. And then you have this dimension point at its core. And that is the seed of the creation of the matter plasma dimension. As we said, the gravitational is physical because you can touch it and you can see it, but the magnetical is plasmatic because you can't touch it or you can't see it, but it's still part of the matter plasma. Because in order to have the physicality, it has to be substantiated by the plasmatic fields. So that plasmatic field is part of the matter plasma, but the foundation has gone to a higher energy state where we don't have to depend on that nearness and proximity to the physical state. We can work exclusively in the plasmatic state. However, we as humanity have a special skill, and that skill is exemplified by hydrogen, which has its own gravitational conformation. We see this emission spectrum. It's unique. It's a fingerprint. It's light, and it applies to hydrogen. Then we have oxygen, which also has a gravitational conformation, and it has a unique fingerprint that is manifest as light, and it too is unique. So each of these fingerprints and each of these unique points becomes a seed point, and from there, the dimensions can expand and take into a star formation, and then from there expand. And then we have the dimensional star formation, where we have all of these maggrav points of singularity working together to create a dimension point at the core. But that dimension point cannot be extricated from the rest of the universe. It is part and parcel of the universe. All this is we're saying is how the magnetical gravitational relationship exists. And so we have taken that and shown how we can create a peace dome reactor, which is giving us a shielding. That too becomes a dimension point. On a star positioning, which becomes a dimension point, and the possession, which becomes a dimension point. And that possession on May the 10th was gold. Because the gold was created from multiple turning points. We were converting dimensional gold seed points. And so each gold seed was a show of singularity. And this was heard around the world. Pardon the pun. So connect the dots, because we as humans are looking for practical points, practical reasons, road to self-determination or road from self-determination. We need a practical philosophy so we can have practical solutions. That is the practical currency of life. So the humanity inertia against shielding points shield us from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear-mongering, and from emotional abuse. Yes, that's another kind of shielding that we need. So here we are in the uncharted territory where you are with the herd at the turning point. And there are many stars beyond that nano-monatomic state. They're covering the range from decay to radiation. And there is an ancestral knowledge that is ingrained in our RNA, because we are the technology, we are the inertia product, and we are the image of that dimensional convergence point. So what are you tuning into? You better tune into the soul food and plug into the creator and turn on that energy and drop out of the resistance so that you can be the receiver at that inertia point. So you provide the pattern and you will get that energy. That is the point, the greater oneness. So here we are, 601 knowledge seeker workshops in a row over 11 years, suddenly transcending the limitations of nuclear science. So we are assembling the first Keshe space plasma research teams, because 2 months ago, on May the 10th, 2025, we were producing gold as much as you want by the tons. The same way Earth produces it. So it's time for a technology release, because our beds are burning. It's hard to sleep when that happens. So we need a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, a political rescue, a preservation rescue. And that is first and foremost on the hive mind, is it not? And so here we are, still working on the evolution of the transmutation program, and our testing continues from August to October. So you feel free to join these sessions and enjoy these historical transmissions, because our mission is to bring peace on earth and to join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. Yeah, help us achieve this goal, because that is the goal of the hive, and you are part of it. This Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of the Carbon Nation, learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There is a world peace treaty. Choose it, sign it, but mean it sincerely. The point of the true nanotech is to cross atomic boundaries. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Well, of course it is. But is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? Because a peaceful self can explore many inertial levels as a superconductor. The hive is the dominant emotional commonality between our belief and our experience. So this is why plasma science is continued to be delivered daily by the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Well, I certainly hope you all enjoyed this trip, and thank you for participating.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. You trying to make a bee out of me with all this talk about hives and hive mentality and other dimensions like that? But yesterday when I saw the local beekeeper, actually I saw some hives set up on somebody's property, and I went over there and I said to the guy, "Oh, you're selling honey?" He said, "No, I just let somebody keep their hives." So he gave me the address, and I met the beekeeper and in another town. And I thought for sure, I was thinking, wow, Gianni has showed us so many things with bees. And so I started to tell him, what the plasma can do for the bees and the hives, and the plasma water on top. And he said, plasma can't do anything for the bees. So I was a little bit shot down, not really, but I said, okay, he's not ready to hear this. And then of course when I went to see this lady next door, my trees are hanging over my fence and onto her property, so I told her we were going to cut some of those trees. And I started to talk to her, as you said, we have to talk to our neighbors about plasma. And so when I started talking about the food, and she said, "Oh," and I mentioned this early, "don't talk to me about food and not eating. I love to eat," she said. So I said, "Is it better that we approach this on the instead of dealing with the soul of physicality, to deal with the soul of the man and not really say much unless they bring up the interest in plasma, at least initially?" Because I thought, gee, I'm going to share some interesting information. And, they both didn't seem to have the strength to pick it up. So I said, maybe I should just be conveying to them without the physicality or the doorman and go right to the boss, But it's just our nature to want to talk to our neighbors about the technology. And maybe we did set a seed. But should we go to the right to the general instead of trying to argue with the soul of physicality in these situations? The same with our family, I would think.
Well, obviously, you have to introduce the conversation and offer. And then once you start to get the acceptance, then you can go further. But if you get the abuse, then you have to shield yourself. That's all. The point of the matter is that you are offering and extending, shall we say, extensifying what we are. And they have to accept it. It's up to them to choose.
And again, this is not unique. I'm sure we've all experienced this.
Oh my God. It is a family divider. It is really sad to see. Well, one case I have extremely is the woman of the household is in direct opposition with the man of the household and the kids. Well, how lonely can you be within your family?
Yes, some people do need to see it on television or on CNN or on Fox or somewhere else, but that'll come, I'm sure, in the future. Let's see if any of the participants would like to ask a question. Thank you again for your presentation, Alex. Short and sweet, but very deep as well.
Hello, Mark, and hello, Alex, and everybody.
Selena?
Yeah.
Hello, Selena.
Yeah. Hi. Hi. Long time no see, no talk. Actually, what we are talking about right now, everybody's level is different. We are not in the same level, so that's why conflict happen. That is the main point. So we have to express ourselves, and if anybody accept those advice or talk or information, they will. If they don't want, that is okay too. But we have to talk. We need to talk. And actually, right now, I'm going to talk about little bit about our condition, our world, and the condition about those things. Actually, I think, do you remember a long time ago I talked about one, our neighbor came from maybe other planet or somewhere else with a spaceship, old dream. So I think this is that time. Maybe within, they're coming always they're coming, going. But right now, I think so officially they are going to show their self. So that's why everywhere is a critical condition. And our earth is changing a little bit too. And because of those things, everything looks a little bit crazy. But everything will be okay.
Yeah, that's what Mr. Keshe said in that announcement. He said everything looks upside down, but it's much closer, and a lot of mayhem. But as he said, it's much closer than we realize.
Yeah, that is the thing happening right now. So I'm gonna quit right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Anyone else want to raise a question or a thought, or Alex, something else you want to? You know, if every child is not born into poverty and nobody dies in poverty, instead of the depopulation agenda, once people realize that the children will be taken care of, the ones that have one or two may have 4 or 5 and so on, are we headed into a population explosion? I know Mr. Keshe said we did need more people if we were to colonize space, but I think once people realize that the children will be taken care of by the structure or the society, we certainly are reversing this depopulation sort of agenda that's been in our face for a number of years. So this is a very good thing, I think, because we do need more people on this planet. So will we have the population explosion? Because now people realize that the children will be taken care of, that they won't be in poverty. Anyone want to address that? Or is this just a natural thing that will happen? Everyone will start having more and more children, or even creating the children of Mitra, perhaps?
Well, may I? Oh, go ahead. Someone's talking.
We need more people. We need more population, but we need to make first safer place. Earth is not right now is that condition. We have to make it safe so people can feel comfortable to bring more soul, more population. I think so. That is the main point.
What a blessing and what a gift from the Keshe Foundation that many people who just struggle for food and energy, that is going to be taken out of the equation. And of course, the natural progression will be to have more children, I would think.
And that's a very interesting comment that Selena made, because that was exactly the comment that I was going to make. So I think this is an example of the hive mind at work. I'd like to give you another example why this is so important, is because one of the reasons I was delayed with the start here is because my partner was getting abused and I had to deal with the matter. But I was obviously part of the host of this program, and so I just took a quick look just to make sure that all things were safe. And it was at that moment, I wasn't called, I just decided to double check. And I did that at the correct time. And I dealt with the situation. And that's, you have to wonder, I didn't hear any alarm bells, and there was no call for help.
Physically.
Right. So let me just say that that would be another testimonial of the plasma communication.
Again, what we saw, anyone else would like to raise a point here, or a question or a comment? Feel free. No one's going to abuse you for any reason. When he says we created the energy of gold from the matter state energy, what does that mean if you can show those reactors? He said we created the energy of gold from the matter state of the energy. What part is the matter state of the energy? I'm thinking what's in those reactors, right? So this was not a plasmatic field totally interaction. It was using the energy of the matter state to create the energy of the gold, correct? It's what was in those reactors, those spinning reactors. I think you showed a picture of that, Alex. Is that what he means by creating the energy of gold from the energy of the matter state?
Mark, I'm so grateful that you don't mind stepping in the mud, because
I'm not afraid to make mistakes at all.
exactly, and this is very important. So it's a compliment, okay? Because you're only looking at half the picture when you say that.
Okay.
See, the thing is that we can physically create gold by wounding the surface of the earth and extracting it from the earth. But basically, we weren't the creators of it, we were just the miners of it. So the earth actually created it. And the reason the Earth created it was because of the establishment of a gravitational field, a binding field. And that's what those reactors were. They were a manifestation of that binding field. So the field energy was elevated by an inertia field, but of a higher energy. This is called elevation. At that point, you are now engaging the same rules of engagement, if you will, as the Earth is engaging in the creation of the gold, because the inertia field feeding system, the nuclear inertia feeding system, is coming from the universe. So by creating that inertia point, which is gravitational, you have suddenly engaged with or activated that inertia feeding energy. You see, so by elevating, you are now creating a different nearness and proximity. And so you are actually transferring the point of transition from a lower, very stable gravitational point and elevating it to a higher transition point. And now you are engaged between the transmutation and the transmission, if you will. So the transmission is your physical manifestation, and the transmutation is the drawing in of energy from the universe, which is abundant all over the place. That energy, in order to differentiate, must have a relationship. So the GANS reactors that you are talking about in Beijing were the establishment of that relationship. Back to you, Mark.
So is this transmutation and transfer?
Oh, definitely. It's the two fields dynamically operating, and you can't see it. So let's add one more component. So to answer your question, which is a very good follow-up question, why was the manifestation a black powder? Because it was incomplete. It was undifferentiated. It was in the transition state. What is that black powder? It's the carbon-14. But that carbon-14 did not manifest into a carbon. Okay, and it did not manifest into a nanocoating. It required more energy. Who gave that energy? Everybody stuck their finger in it the same way that you manipulate your cell phone. Okay, you touch the screen or your debit card. You don't even touch the machine. You just come within nearness and proximity, and there's an energy exchange. Well, this is what happened when you, as a plasma being, exchange energy with that black powder, which was undifferentiated. You were the deciding factor. And that's why that equipment was obsolete, because it was a preparatory stage. Where are we now? 2 years later, we are in the completed product. It goes directly from that transition stage to the transmission stage, which is the inertia manifestation in the density. And that can be predicted through our skill. So that was a demonstration that our skill is in our hands. It isn't pie in the sky. It isn't foo-foo science. And it isn't a YouTube clickbait. It is real. It was shown.
Not pseudoscience.
People touched it. people participated in. Those were not paid actors. This is the difference. So when you're looking at this bonding, okay, it's a bonding between the energy and the intention. So the energy of the universe is abundant, but is undifferentiated. How can it differentiate it if it doesn't have a relationship with an intention? So the intention was gold production, so the field was created to allow that to happen. And what was missing was that energy that derived that. And so all it needed was the extremely powerful energy of the human body. And that is what was the most astounding part of that experiment. You can look at it and say, wow, wasn't that fantastic? There was gold production. But the thing is that the individual was capable of doing that. The individual. And the individual is part of the hive, cannot be extricated from that. So if they can do it, we can do it. And if we can do it, then everybody can do it. And then if you don't want to acknowledge it, that's not our problem. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present here because we are living in a historic time. And I just want to, again, emphasize that it really is a time to celebrate the birthday because it's not just Mr. Keshe's birthday, but I think it's all of our birthdays. We are coming to the realization point that the overall personality of the hive is to bring peace and prosperity to this planet. So thank you all for participating. And back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Alex,
Yes.
Hello.
can I make a question for you?
Sure thing.
You showed the last that picture was very beautiful. The universal and the energy that's the opposite side that we have. It's the parallel energy that we have. I was thinking of, yes, exactly. And I was thinking this week about what's my parallel energy. And for you is the backside of us. Where is for you our parallel in our related to our physical body?
It all depends on your focus. So if you're totally focused in the physicality, then your physicality is manifest through the inertia fields coming together from the soul and the solar physicality. And so your point of view is on the physical side, but you mustn't ignore the fact that that is only pertaining to your physicality. The soul and the soul of the physicality have different points of view. They don't understand words. They communicate by emotion, but the emotion of the soul and the soul of physicality are two different emotions because the soul of physicality is an emotional interaction with the physicality, whereas the soul has an emotional interaction with the creator. So if we don't make that connection, then we limit ourselves to being on that one side. So you can focus on the physicality, but recognize that the creation of that physicality stems from the connection to the energy coming from the creator. And since you are a product, you are an inertia product of the creator, then you are the creator of that physicality. Okay, because then you become the intermediary, if you will, because you're a product of the creator. And if you become that creator, you have to understand that you never created anything bad. No one would admit to creating anything bad. You can see how people are dogmatic in their point of view, but you have to look at the consequences. So the consequences of the creator is that he created everything. Or when I say he created, the creation was created that created everything. Okay, so
Yeah.
everything he
Mhm.
created was good. It's just how you interpret it and your point of view. So if you understand that everything is good, then you have to take that responsibility. Sorry to cut you off. I take that responsibility to interpret that. Okay, so if it is good and it is good for you, then you absorb that. If it is not good for you, you shield yourself from that. And then if you want to be part and parcel of that, then that is what you give your time and attention to. You'll give your time and attention to the goodness aspect of it, and you engage in that communication capability because you do that automatically. It's not that you stop manifesting your physicality, it's just recognizing that that manifestation of that physicality is always on and always connected to the inner field strength, the nuclear feeding energy that is coming from the creator. Please carry on.
Thank you. It's because I only write here because it's easier for me to to speak. For example, my doubt is, for example, you put here C16, you put here energy and physical, C12 and C16, for example.
That's right.
And I am made from energy and I have both parts too. For example,
That's right.
I have here and here. So, but you put here like a mirror. So have another Claudia in another point of universe, for example.
That's right.
Okay. So, but this have a like angle. This is the opposite side. Where is connected with my ancestor? Where is my opposite side? That's I was thinking about it.
Okay. The soul is the opposite side to the soul of the physicality. So if you connect to the soul of physicality, then the side you are referencing is the physical side. But the truth is that you are your soul, or the soul is you. See, the soul is your friend and will never harm you because that soul is you. So we have people who harm themselves because they're not looking at it from the soul point of view. They're looking at it from the soul of physicality. I have the power. I can hurt you, or I can hurt me, or I can be destructive, and I can choose to be so. But likewise, you can choose to work with the soul, and you can be constructive, and you can be prosperous, and you can be happy. The hive mind on this planet has been conditioned to ignore that. So we see Earth as a place of hardship. However, the truth of the matter is you did not get born on Mars, you got born on Earth space, which means that your soul made that choice. Not the soul of physicality. It cannot make that choice until you have a reference. So you made that reference purposely, directly, through the intention of the soul, that that point of reference would be Earth space. And then when you got here, you say, what a mistake I made. Well, no, because if you accept what you have with your surroundings, then you are living in history. But if you understand that just because history had a projection, and then some people say, oh, that's a prophecy, and we have to fulfill the prophecy, and then there are people who are working hard to fulfill that prophecy to determine that that prophecy is self-fulfilling. No, it is not self-fulfilling. These people who are predominant on extending history and fulfilling prophecy are the ones who are fulfilling it. The prophecy itself is not self-fulfilling. So whatever prophecy you want, you can determine that and change that. So when we talk about a paradigm shift, we talk about a generation. However, this kind of emotional feeding of the hive mind has been transgenerational. And as such, the only way that that can be fed to you is through your RNA. And your RNA cannot manifest because your RNA is manifest through the energy packs. And so those energy packs are already containing a pattern that is manifest from this transgenerational energy configuration. So that got you here, and that is part of your memory. And then when you apply that, you see, oh, Earth is a hellhole. But does it have to be that? And can you alter that? We all can alter that because we all decided to get here. The thing is, it's like cooking. Someone can cook soup and someone can cook roast beef. But someone can prepare the whole meal. So each of us has a different skill set. And maybe due to our history, we have only so much limited that we can offer. The thing is, by arriving to this planet with our intention, whether it's, shall we say, limited or abundant, however it is created, once we come into the physicality of life, then we are all equal. And so the whole purpose of life is for learning. It teaches us how things work. And sometimes the mistake is the best teacher. But if that mistake is, shall we say, final or terminal, then that becomes part of your new ancestry. And so in the next evolution of your soul evolution, if you will, your soul enhancement, that becomes your new starting point. But for those who remain, there's a possibility of having a second chance where the mistake was too close for comfort, if you will, or it moved you from your comfort zone. And you say, well, if I were rational, I would have never done that. But circumstances forced me to do that. And in order to have self-preservation, you either had to make a choice, either perish or survive. And if you were able to survive, and that's an inherent choice that we all make, if we admit it or not, are we successful? And if we are successful, then that becomes a learning experience. in the present state. And that will be a contribution to our genetic ancestry in another location. So each of us has to decide on that time. And we have apparently decided. And, you know, I was talking about the artistic elephants. And you say, well, gee, are elephants smart? Well, when the elephant was retired from his manual labor because of the invention of the tractor, then how does the elephant survive? Well, some elephants became artists, where the elephant keeper gave the elephant a paintbrush, put paint on the brush, and gave him a palette. And he made a picture. And it looked like, you know, a child did it and just, you know, was finger painting and it was all mishmash and everything. And you say, well, how do you know that that elephant was creating a picture? Because an elephant knows when to stop painting. And when you know when to stop painting, then that makes you an artist. Because someone who is not an artist wouldn't know when the painting is complete. We all have to make a decision. What are we doing with our time and attention right now? And when that mission is complete, then we can change our time and attention. Well, as far as knowledge seekers are concerned, and with the likes of a true Canadian patriot like Rick Crammond, 11 years is not enough time. So the intention continues. Each of us makes that choice. Back to you, Claudia.
Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes I think that I didn't want to be a human because I saw so many bad things. And what's the process?
Yeah, but of course that's not true, because you are human, and you are a beautiful contributor to peace and prosperity on this planet, and you continue to do that. So that is what you need to use as your gravitational foundation. And from there, you need to enhance your magnetical outlook and have that with extreme confidence. It's just, it's your duty. And it isn't your duty in such a way that, you know, you have to salute and say, aye, aye, Captain, and like that, or that you maybe have to go into a hole and like a hermit and meditate for 5 years and then say, oh, I now see the light, I see the inspiration. Okay, so it's time for me to move my ancestral genetics. No, it is a natural process. You just accept it. So navigate through your physicality, and in the back of your mind, make sure you understand that you have a navigation in hand already that is guiding you, and that's your soul. And understand that everything that you see is a product from the deliverance from the soul. And you don't stop and say, okay, soul, engage, you know, like Captain Kirk on the, you know, spaceship. It's automatic. It's each and every one of us is sitting, listening on this panel, are engaged with exchanging energy from the universe, whether we want to or not. It is not something you turn on and turn off. It is something that is constant. It's just, you know, you're referencing, saying, okay, well, my health is related to my ability to interact with the beneficiary, the beneficence of the universe, because the universe is communicating with your soul, and the soul is you, your best friend, and your soul will heal each and every part of your body simultaneously. It will do that equally, and it will do that unconditionally. So you need to progress in your physicality unconditionally. And then all the good things will happen. And to remember that even the bad things that from that point of view happen, they are contributing to your elevation. It is with that elevation that you end up being more powerful. But it's all coming from your acceptance to understand that you are a participant in this universe. You're not a slave. You're not there to be abused. You're not there to be someone's prize. You are here as a universal functionary, and God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all of you exist. Thank you.
Can I say something here?
Yeah, go
Hello.
ahead. Please
Oh,
go.
okay. Thank you. In Bangla teaching, I sometimes say, "Oh, I am inside the God." We are inside the God, and God is in my heart. So, from my experience, I know we are everything. I seen myself in animal body, in a different human body, in the cloud, in the under the ocean, and another body like our neighbor, etc. It's not human body. So because of those experience, I know we are everything, and our soul goes everywhere. Past, present, future, everything happening together at the same time. Because I seen myself in babe like a small children body and adult body, woman's body, man's body. So because of those experience, I understood we are everything. And it's not like Mr. Keshe sometimes say we are like a satellite. That is true. Just like inside the brain, two neurons when touch and spark, we experience that spark position, but we are the whole brain, and we are doing everything together, everywhere. But when is the spark happen, we give that attention in there, so we see that position. But originally, whole brain is us, and we are all together. And the hive mind actually not hive mind. I feel that way. I can sense everybody, everything, because my heart is open, my eyes is open. I feel others' emotion, not only human, because I open my heart. I want to feel. And one funny story I will tell. I use when I cook, I almost go like a trance position, like meditation, deep meditated position. When I'm cooking, I'm doing everything properly, but I'm not in here. So that position, sometimes I feel somebody behind me is standing. I feel that is he, not she, watching all the time. So when I want to see, I always see back, and then there is nothing. So suddenly I understood where my all emotion, whatever I have, he can feel, whoever it is watching me. So I decided one day not to think about that, what I will do, just do by myself, not thinking, without thinking. So I did. I'm, washing dishes, and then suddenly look back. I didn't see anything, but something flew over my head and then went to the window. I felt the air in my body, and I felt something go away, went away. So that time I understood. Not only us, not only human, we all feel each other emotions, and everything everything is here. But we don't. Maybe it is another dimension or other layer, but we can see, but we can feel. If we open our heart, we can feel, and we can feel their senses too. Our sense feel that too. Sometimes we can see with this eye, but inside, if we are open our heart, we can feel and sense them. Everything is here. So I don't know. That's it.
Yeah, you do know, and thank you very much. Thanks all.
Thank you listening me. I can I didn't just explain, I think so very very well, but whatever I say, I think you understand. You
Perfect.
for listening.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments anyone wants to make? I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. But before I do that, I have a wish for all of the created things across the universe and the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants. And of course, as you understand this knowledge more, I think this little saying becomes even more pertinent. May you be proud. Here's our wish. May you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are. And may you be proud of the difference you make. So thank you all. And we appreciate your time and being here today and sharing the knowledge as you understand it. So now I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Are there any other comments or something someone wanted to say? If not, have an amazing rest of your day and we'll see you in one of the upcoming meetings. Thank you all for your time and service to the community.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.